down here if you are making your way over there on the zenith side of PMA. I have some handrail numbers for you if you need them. Otherwise, we're looking for PMA 3 with 5 for the APFR install. And Sunny, we just have one more request for you to just check that camera one more time for us. Sorry about that.
The camera again. I have a green light.
All right, we copy, Sunny. You're seeing a green light.
I'm at the vertical handrail right now. I'm PMA 3. Not on it quite yet. I'm still on the front of node 2.
Copy, Sunny. Thanks for the updates. Nick, once you are ready to start translation, we're looking for glove, HAP, and safer handle checks.
Got it. Blood bag is on my BRT, closing the thermal cover. Thermal cover's closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. And Nick, can you just confirm that you did leave your PGT in the airlock? I don't think we heard that clear.
Oh, I did not. Let me do that.
Copy, good checks.
Just remind me of the clocking.
Sunny, we're looking for clocking of 10.
And that is on the single line?
Affirm, that'll be single line clocking of 10.
Still checking. Okay. 10, November. One. Let's get the other. Hello.
Now 1 hour and 19 minutes into today's EVA activities and the completion of the first task of 4 assigned to NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, and that was the removal and replacement of the RGA-2, the rate gyro assembly number 2 unit. And you saw the helmet cam of astronaut Nick Hague placing that worn out unit back inside the Quest airlock and the crew lock, as NASA astronaut Sunny Williams continues to prepare for what would be the second task for her today, which would be the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, and that'll be just outside the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module that's currently occupied by the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that brought Crew 9 to the International Space Station. And that planar reflector, one of many communications tools used for visiting vehicles on approach to the orbiting laboratory to help measure the distance and rate of closure.
And Sunny, we do have a big picture view of you from the lab starboard camera, but we're still working on your HECA.
Okay, I am here. I have the airlock bag is still on the APFR. APFR is installed. I'm on the front of PMA 3 and below Dragon and everything. My head is way below it, so I am ready for the next words.
Copy, Sunny. We're just looking for good words, black on black, full twist test, and the pitch knob can be depressed for the APFR.
Okay, black on black, good full wiggle test on the APFR. Pitch knob can be depressed, yes.
Okay, thanks for that. You can unbundle your crew lock bag now from the APFR, and you're going to want to stow that on your BRT. And we just want to make sure your BRT is nice and snug and will be away from Dragon when you ingress with the crew lock bag on it. And Sunny, we also have a request for you to power cycle your HECA when able.
Again, I have a green light.
Copy, power cycle complete. And Nick, for you, it looks like we lost your HECA as well, so we'll take the same thing if you can power cycle your HECA when able.
Got it. Heck is off right now.
Great communication between NASA astronaut Sonny Williams and astronaut Nick Hague with the ground team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as they continue to prepare themselves for the second task of today's EVA. The view you see here is of Sonny Williams as she prepares herself for the planar reflector remove and replace. And you heard that communication, making sure that she is properly tethered and safely attached to the International Space Station.
With that, when you're ready, you can begin your translation out to S3, the Bay 1517 interface. We're going to head up to NICER.
Got it. I'm leaving the airlock.
Copy, Nick.
Sonny, I just left my fair lead in. I think that'll help you when you come back to the airlock.
Okay.
I don't know if you put a fair lead in, but it's at the base of the seat spur.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Real quick one.
And Sunny, while you're working your crew lock bag there, I have a couple more cautions to read to you. You want to minimize contact with the contamination at the planar reflector work site, and then you want to avoid contact with the glass on the planar and hemi reflectors themselves.
Okay.
One.
Right, Jeff, I have the crew lock bag on me. I actually have both of the adjustables on my mini workstation to sort of keep it away from everything floating around as well. So, should stay away. Next to my left side. Are we ready for some pictures?
Okay, Sunny, that's a good config with your bag, and we are go for photos.
Okay. Remind me exactly what you want.
Yeah, we want, jokingly, everything there. We're going to look for the visible dragon surfaces, the planar and hemi reflectors, best effort on those because they're kind of under the nose cone. The IDA and PMA hardware, and then anywhere else you see any of that contamination.
Okay.
And Nick, we're still not seeing your HECA as well for your assay. We don't have a great camera view. I do have a green hook location. We saw the power cycle. We're troubleshooting on deck, but I do have a green hook location at mile marker 5460.
5460.
Good readback.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to bring you live coverage and updates from today's U.S. EVA number 91, currently being operated by NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, who you see in your field of view here. Sonny is now preparing for the removal and replacement of a planar reflector used in communications for visiting vehicles to help them measure the rate of closure and distance as they approach the International Space Station. You also just heard communication between the ground teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Nick Hague, who you now see here translating or moving across the truss system of the International Space Station in preparation for his next task, as he and Sonny Williams will be working simultaneously on different tasks. For Nick Hague, he will be working to patch the nicer payload and install patches of that nicer payload. And that is an X-ray telescope experiment that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. Unfortunately, due to just time and degradation, that has allowed sunlight to interfere with the X-ray measurements during the daylight time as the International Space Station orbits around the Earth. So these patches that Nick Hague will be providing will help reduce that light pollution coming from the sun, and that it can return back to near full strength during daylight hours.
Stay on PMA, you can move around and take photos.
Yes, I've got a green hook down at 5460.
Copy, Nick. Okay. Green hook down on 5460. You're going to stow that crew lock bag number 2 now on S3 handrail 3021. It's going to be the short handrail on the zenith edge of face 1 just above you.
Copy. All right, Jess, should I try to get in the APFR? You ready for this?
And Sonny, we actually have a couple steps for you ahead of time, but we're also on that lab starboard view, seeing your feet get pretty close to the CBM pedals. So if you can watch that a little bit.
Yep. Sorry.
And so we want you to actually configure the PGT rad and just have it on your swing arm, so we don't have to get you back out of the APFR to do that. And then we have you remove the 6-inch wobble socket from your PGT as well and put it on the socket caddy prior to getting into the APFR.
Okay. I have that way at the bottom of my bag because I wasn't anticipating we were going to do that. All of that's at the bottom. I'm going to have to yard sale it all out to... Do you want to do this? Really? Questioning.
Yeah, Sonny, we're talking it down here. Just stand by 1 second.
I mean, if I need to translate over so that I can get in there, hand it to you, I can. I'm trying to minimize in and out of APFR.
Okay, Sonny, we were talking it over down here, and we think we don't actually need to configure the RAD for this. If we end up needing it as a contingency, we'll just configure it later. That said, we're still going to have you remove the 6-inch wobble socket from your PGT and stow it on the socket caddy.
And a great view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he continues to prepare for his second task of today's EVA. And you can see floating off just past that left hand of his, those are the wedge-shaped NICER patches that he'll be inserting into the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that helps study neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. And he will take those wedges and place them strategically in certain spots on the NICER to help reduce unwanted sunlight from penetrating the X-ray telescope.
No, totally understand. No big deal. And once you get that socket off and in your trash bag, we have a request to have you just turn off your HECA, and we're just going to leave it off for a little bit and then try again later. We still don't have good view.
I just turned off the HECA. Let's see. No light. My light.
All right, Nick, we have your HECA back, and I see you unbundling the NICER caddy. When you're ready, that's going to go square scoop to the inner bayonet fitting on your swing arm.
Copy. I'm about halfway through. Not. We did that intentionally.
6-inch wobble socket is off of the PGT. PGT is swung back in. Socket is going into my trash bag.
Okay, copy, Sonny. Socket in the trash bag. I have a warning I'm going to have to read you, so avoid contact with exposed IDA and Dragon hardware. And then just one last check to make sure mini workstation, tools, tethers, BRT will all maintain clearance prior to getting in the APFR. And then while you check that, saying we're just going to hold here for a second while we talk it over prior to giving you the go. And Sonny, you have a go to repower your HECA now.
Okay, mark. Okay, green light.
Copy, green light.
An hour and 35 minutes into today's EVA as we continue to follow along with the progress of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he prepares for the NICER experiment and the patches of the X-ray telescope that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. And these patches will help shield and prevent unwanted sunlight from interfering with the X-ray measurements. This telescope has 56 X-ray concentrators, and each one of those concentrators has a set of nested mirrors. Well, over time and wear and tear of this experiment has allowed for unwanted sunlight to enter the telescope, thus not providing accurate data during the daylight passes for the International Space Station. So what Hague will be doing is taking the caddy that you heard mentioned just a moment ago that has those patches. He will insert them in select spots around the NICER experiment to allow for its maximum capability both during the night and daytime passes to continue to measure those phenomena.
Hey, NICER caddies on my swing arm. Flat hook.
All right, copy, Nick. You can continue translation to NICER on ELC2. And I have a warning, avoid contact with the sharp edges on NICER star tracker hood and FRAM clevises.
Copy all.
And Nick, while you're translating, I have a couple other cautions to read too, since we have a moment. Once you get up to nicer, remember you want to avoid any contact with the reflective film, so either hand or tools. Avoid loads into nicer in station forward direction just to prevent it from becoming unhooked. And then allow any motion to dampen out prior to each interaction with nicer. And you can also use that closed fist once you get up there, or a flat palm if you do need to react against the face of nicer while you're setting up your work site.
Copy all. Yeah.
And Sunny, we're troubleshooting HECA still down here. It looks like we were getting some good data, but give us a couple more minutes while we troubleshoot and take some photos.
No problem.
And 1 minute to hand over.
Copy.
And Sunny, good news, we got your HECA camera back on the big screen. So after this LOS, we'll be back with you to give you the go.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, Sonny, I'm on LC,
I see you.
and we talked about putting in that fair lead. I don't think it's going to be necessary.
Okay.
You're going to have plenty of translation room. You needed it.
An hour and 40 minutes into today's EVA with NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they continue to move along with their scheduled tasks for this extravehicular activity, number 91, and the 273rd for International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. They have completed their first task, the priority task for today, and that was the removal and replacement, the R&R, if you will, of the rate gyro assembly number 2. And now the two astronauts are preparing for the second task of the day, in which Sunny Williams, she will make her way over to the zenith port of the Harmony module, and near that she'll be removing and replacing a planar reflector. And those planar reflectors, as you can see here and illustrated by NASA flight director Nicole McElroy during the briefing last week, and who is on console today leading the EVA, she'll be replacing that black portion along with the 3 bolts to loosen and replace it as it has become contaminated due to visiting vehicle traffic. So they will remove those 3 bolts around that black portion that has a reflective material in the middle there, that silvery middle portion. So she'll reflect that as it is a part of one of many communications tools used by visiting vehicles to remove or to measure their rate of closure and distance as they are on approach to the International Space Station. And for Nick Hague, he is translating his way over to the NICER patch experiment, or the NICER X-ray telescope experiment that has 56 aluminum X-ray concentrators that capture X-ray light that help measure neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena that has been since worn and contaminated by sunlight and allowing unwanted light to enter the experiment. And he will translate over and install patches for that NICER experiment.
And Sunny, for you, just to repeat, you have a go to ingress the APFR, and you just want to use ingress aid only and just maintain that body clearance to Dragon at all times.
And there you see a great view of the NICER X-ray telescope in front of NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who will install patches and those circles that have each compartment with wedges on the inside for those patches. There's 56 of those select ones identified by the NICER experiment, and the team on the ground here, both in Houston and across the country, have identified areas where unwanted light is entering, and that is what Hague will be identifying and patching up so it can return to its full capacity.
And Sunny, it looks like your safety tether pack might be kind of trapped underneath the grapple fixture underneath you there. It's just prevent you from going up anymore.
Thank you. Okay. It's recommended I go this way, right? Oh boy.
Well, we see you well clear, Dragon, so you're good to do what you need to.
A great view of astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to prepare for the removal and replacement of the planar reflector just outside of the zenith port of the Harmony module. That is the space-facing port that is currently occupied by a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that brought Crew 9 aboard the International Space Station. That occurred back in late September, but the planar reflector is right there, just a few bits of distance away from that spacecraft, in which Sunny Williams will release 3 different bolts and actually replace the actual reflective portion of it all that both the Dragon and other visiting vehicles use on approach and docking to the International Space Station. And you can see the planar reflector jutting out from that docking port. It's just off to the left edge of that screen, that silver brace with the black component right on top of it. That'll be the component that you will be working on. And again, that is to help with a multitude of communications devices for visiting vehicles to use as a reflector to gain insight on the rate of closure and distance as they approach the International Space Station.
Give me a second. Try not to touch anything.
I hear you.
Yeah, Yeah, Sunny, no rush on anything. Again, we're still looking great on time, so feel free to take a break as needed.
As astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague prepare for their second task of the EVA, you can see that the International Space Station has transitioned into an orbital nighttime, currently traversing across Kazakhstan.
A little bit of a constraint problem.
All of this happening as we approach an hour and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And then for the nicer team, I think I've covered the middle third. I'll get into a new position for the bottom third.
Copy, Nick. We're ready to copy that position.
Yeah, and I'm sure if they're not seeing it, I can tell you that there is as much damage in wedge 1 as there is it'd be F5 in the 3 o'clock position. Almost all of the grids are exposed.
We copy, Nick. F5, 3 o'clock.
Right, put that right in the middle of your HECA.
All right, Nick, once you're ready to start installing patches, we're going to add an additional patch to that location you called out.
Okay. All right. My right leg in. And on my left.
I'm going to get in position for patches, Jeff.
Copy, Nick.
Yes, you have my HECA, right?
Yeah, Sonny, your HECA is good.
Great communication between NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sonny Williams on their current tasks. For Williams, you see here, she is removing and replacing and beginning the planar reflector replacement, as she is just outside the zenith port of the Harmony module, which just off on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the Dragon spacecraft of Crew 9. And just before that, you saw NASA astronaut Nick Hague doing a visual inspection of the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that has received damage over wear and tear and time, and additional patches, and upon review and visual inspection of the NICER, where additional patches and adjustments and improvements overall could be made.
All right, Sonny, just to confirm for us, just wiggle around the APFR, make sure we're good and locked in place.
I'm locked in place, yep.
Yeah, nice work. That was a hard work site to Ingress, so nice job. With that, we'll position your BRT now and that crew lock bag access while maintaining clearance to Dragon, and then we'll start getting the EVA wipe with the RET out of that crew lock bag. And then, Sunny, another request to rigidize your BRT a little bit once you find that good position, just to make sure we're not floating close to Dragon. And Nick, we see your heck of you and installing patches.
Patch 1 is in. Drill number 1.
Copy, 1. Good location.
And again, another great view from the camera on the helmet of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he begins the patching of certain pie-shaped wedges on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that helps measure neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena that have been damaged over time and allowing unwanted sunlight to enter and throw off the X-ray measurements. And you see those pie-shaped wedges throughout the experiment from his view, and those are where he will insert those patches from a caddy that he has attached to his spacesuit. And a good view of the tool he is using and inserting a patch in strategic locations throughout the X-ray telescope.
I got a wrench on the reflector. I've got the palm wheel and ratchet out. I've got the wipes for the failed one. You ready to try to undo the bolts?
And Sunny, before that, we'd like you to just we'd like to get some words for visual inspect of the planar reflector. Just any words on the contamination there. And if you can get it in your HECA, we'd like that, but we can't quite see it.
I don't want to lean over too much, but it has it looks like it has white powder all over it, particularly on top of it. And as I'm looking at it, right-hand side, the forward side, the left-hand side, the aft side towards station is not as dirty, but the whole reflector top has this white film on it, looks like. I don't know if it's dust or it's film. I'm not touching it.
Okay, we copy that, Sunny. Thanks for those words. We just can't quite see it as good in a HECA view. With that, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench from crew lock bag 1.
Try and take a picture.
Yeah, and some pictures would be great as well. I have a warning and a few cautions to read to you when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I have a warning that any additional torque may cause bolt failure, which could result in sharp edges, the broken shank, and or FOD liberation. So the 4 parts of the bolt that we talked about: spring, washer, retainer, and bolt. And then a few cautions. You want to maintain tool tether clearance to Dragon throughout the task. Limit turn count to the specified turns. Minimize side loading on the bolt head, and then again maintain that axial force on the fastener to compress the spring during rotation. And then lastly, the release failure torque of the planar reflector bolts is 29 inch-pounds, so stop driving as soon as any rise from running torque is felt.
Are we ready to try one?
Okay, Sunny, we are go for you to start to release the planar reflector bolts. You can do that any order by hand using the palm wheel only, exactly 1 turn on each bolt.
Great communication there between NASA astronaut Sunny Williams and the team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control Center, Houston, Texas, as she gave the explanation and the reasoning for the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, as it is currently contaminated and reduced in reflectivity that allows for visiting vehicles to communicate with the International Space Station and to measure its rate of closure and distance.
I got a little bit of a turn on it.
You can see that planar reflector, that section in the middle there that has a whitish color. That is what is contaminated and allows for that reflectivity to happen, for the communication to be accurate and properly aligned. So those 3 bolts around the edges are what Williams will be loosening to replace that portion of the planar reflector with a new piece.
It's got a teeny bit of motion on the palm wheel.
Okay, copy, Sunny. You got 10 seconds till this handover, but you can try the 3rd bolt with the palm wheel as well and just see if any of those bolts loosen up.
By which of the palm wheel?
Doing great on time.
See, there's a space between it and the reflector. Front one also got a space. Taking a chill pill.
Good idea. Rush.
Just over 1 minute and 58 seconds into today's U.S. spacewalk number 91, as you see a great view of the communications team on the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Handover, and we don't have your heck of views back yet, but can you repeat your last, Sunny?
Yeah, I think I got a turn on the board one and the aft one. I'm pretty positive. And then the one that's in the center, I got like a half a turn. I feel like it's getting looser.
Copy, Sunny.
I continue to try to undo them.
Yeah, if you're seeing that bolt come looser, then you can continue, even if it's slow, and just trying to make small rotations there until we get to 1 turn.
Great communication there between the teams as they continue to work. Sunny Williams, NASA astronaut, commander of Expedition 72 on the removal and replacement of the planar reflector. Nicole McElroy and her Vista flight team, the spacewalk flight director for today. And you heard Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator, relaying the information up to Sunny Williams.
And Sunny, we just want to confirm, do you have 1 turn now on all 3 bolts, or is there 1 bolt that's still causing issues?
It's just far away, so I haven't been putting my hand on it too far, but I got it to get looser. The one that's closest to dragging, and I'm just worried about, leaning in too far. I got it to move. To stay away, can I just use the ratchet?
And Sunny, we're checking.
I'm choked up on it. I'm not super all the way out at the end of the ratchet. I got it to move.
Copy, Sunny. We just want you to stand by 1 second. We have your heck of view back now, and just give us a second to talk over the use of the ratchet.
Just while I've got a little break in the comms, I'm flying my Heka at location 5 in the 5 o'clock position. There's about 16 grids missing. It goes out radially, starting about from a third of the way, up from the center all the way to the edge. This is something that would have been obscured by my photos from MRM2. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Copy, Nick. Just to confirm, it's at patch location 5 at the 5 o'clock position?
That is Charlie 5 at the wedge position 5.
Copy, Charlie 5 at the 5 o'clock position. All right, Nick, you have a go to install an extra patch there. It'll be patch number 9 to that Charlie 5 position.
Okay, didn't work. Resting up those arms, Sonny.
What's that?
Said you resting up your arms?
Yeah. I mean, they all turned, so I'm not super worried about it. It would just be a little bit easier just because of the reach to use the ratchet.
Yeah.
Just slowly.
And Sonny, you have a go now to do what you were talking about earlier. So you can use the ratchet wrench. You just choke up on it like you were as much as possible and put as little force as you need to actually get that bolt to move. And we're still just looking to get to 1 turn on each bolt.
Well, I think I have 1 turn for sure on this forward bolt. No, I do. The aft bolt, let me just like a half a turn more. There we go. And the inner bolt, get like a 3/4 there. I just got it to get loose. Okay, I got like turn on each. You see space. The aft one, I'm not leaning in there, or the one farthest away from me, I'm not leaning in there, but it definitely turned.
Copy, Sonny. That is good words. With that, we are go to continue to release these bolts. So you can release by hand the bolts until they pop out. We expect them to pop out after 8 turns. So if you want to get all to 8 and then turn each one 1 turn until they pop out, you can do that, or you can do each one individually.
Great communication there between the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, and NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to work on the removal of the current planar reflector that is on the port, the zenith port of the Harmony module. And you can see with that somewhat red stripe and white structure just above her helmet cam view, that is the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That is how close in proximity she is working to the Crew 9 Dragon spacecraft to move this planar reflector. With a new one, as you can get a great view of that contamination on the planar reflector. And with the replacement of a new one, hopefully that reflective ability to allow for communications with visiting vehicles will improve. As she works around the 3 bolts that are currently attaching that planar reflector to that outward support system.
Additional turns on the aft one. I'm not able to do this just with my fingers.
Copy, Sunny, that's okay, and we're tracking your turns down here as well.
Looking on the aft one again. Another turn, 4, coming up on 5. 5 turns on the aft. 5 turns on the forward. I see the springs, but they're not popping yet.
Copy. That's expected.
More turns on the inboard. More turns on the forward.
Great views of NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, working on the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, issuing equal torque to those 3 bolts to have that current planar reflector be removed and replaced with a new one to allow for greater communications ability for visiting vehicles.
Yes, Sonny, it looks like we're tracking about 7 total turns now on those 2 bolts, and once you get that aft one done, 7 as well. So you got 1 more turn before the potential for it to pop out.
I see it's moving now. Obviously, there's space. They all have 7 turns on them. 1 more turn on the forward.
Copy. And then once all these bolts pop out, I know you know this, but the reflector will be free to float. There's no soft off.
Yep. It's tethered, just FYI. Forward. 1 turn more on the forward. I did 8, but it's not topped yet. One more turn on the aft. Turn on the inboard. Still stiff. I can't turn them with my hand. For the forward one.
Yeah, it's okay if you can't do it by hand, Sonny. What you're doing is fine, and then just check in every bolt turn at this point to see if they pop up.
Yep. One more on the front. It looks like it's popped up. On the aft. On the inboard. Popping it. I think I have 9 turns on each so far. Correct?
Great communication and visuals from the ground team here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Farouk Sabor, the spacewalk lead officer, relaying to Flight Director Nicole McElroy that this view, Nick Hague, NASA astronaut out on EVA 91 alongside with Sonny Williams, has completed the patches requested on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that allows for X-ray measuring of neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena as he continues to evaluate other potential areas of study and reviewing the work site. And you can see those pie-shaped wedges that were installed
while we have you, those patch locations
to allow the NICER to maintain full operation, especially during daylight passes for the International Space Station, and prevent unwanted sunlight from entering the experiment.
The EVA camera grid pattern perpendicular to as many of them as possible.
Okay, will do. I did want to report that, I'll try to put it in the HECA, there is an Delta 2, 3 o'clock position. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 9 grids missing. Outer third of the wedge on only half of it. It's a cluster.
The 11, the forward one.
Okay, Nick, team's talking. And copy, Sunny, left forward pops.
Meaning it's released.
I like that word better.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all good.
Ashland's almost there. I can tell it's at 11. Ashland. Oh, it's open. It's released. No, it's all released.
Awesome. I see it released.
12 all around.
Nice job.
Copy, nice work. We're going to stow that in the EVA wipe and then send that back to the crew lock bag. Nick, for you, no patch on Delta 2 is the consensus by the team down here.
I'll finish up taking photos.
Copy.
That communication in relation to the NICER experiment that you are seeing in Nick Haig's helmet camera, EV1, on the left-hand side of your screen, as he has completed the patching of the damaged areas of the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope, and a part of those 56 entries for light to enter, or I should say X-rays to enter, X-ray waves to enter and measure phenomena such as black holes and neutron stars. Those patches have been complete, and for Haig, he continues to take photos to evaluate potential future opportunities as well as just the overall state of the work site. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see NASA astronaut commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, working on the planar reflector. You heard communications between her and the ground team here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston that those 3 bolts were popping and starting to come out of place, in which that would allow her to remove the current planar reflector that has been contaminated and limiting its reflectivity. You can see that the space where it was is just right above her right hand. Those 3 bolts have been removed, and now we'll be able to replace it with a new piece that will allow for greater communications between visiting vehicles as they approach and dock with the International Space Station.
What's the plan for the install?
Yeah, Sunny, you're going to retrieve the spare planar reflector, the EVA wipe that's marked with tape, and then we're going to install that. So lock out the ret, tether point facing starboard or facing you, and then we're going to drive 2 turns on each bolt.
Got the spare. The red light goes.
Sunny, I know you're working crew lock bag ops right now still, but when you have a natural break, we will get a glove and hap check from you.
Okay. Gloves are nominal. Hap is dry.
Copy, glove and hap.
Hap is there. Out of the right.
And Sunny, for the install, you're going to use the palm wheel to start those bolts 2 turns, but don't use the actual handle of the ratchet wrench until we talk it over if you need it.
Trying to see if I can just start it by hand. That's a little bit hard.
All right, we copy, Sunny. We're 3 minutes to sunrise and still looking great on time, so take as much time as needed.
Turns on the front one.
Copy, 2 turns on the front one.
Turns on the aft one.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along with today's coverage of US EVA 91, and you are seeing the view from the helmet camera and now an exterior camera on the International Space Station as Commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, is attaching the replacement of the planar reflector just outside of the zenith port of the Harmony module. And that helmet camera of Williams right now, she's tightening up the bolts, the 3 bolts that will secure the new planar reflector to its attachment just outside the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, the Crew 9 spacecraft. And there you see a fantastic view of the upcoming orbital sunrise that will soon make its way over top of the International Space Station. We are just over 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's EVA as we are continuing to track the progress of both Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, as the International Space Station currently making its way into a orbital sunrise as mentioned. And again, another great view of that horizon just off on the right-hand side as the International Space Station currently passing over the Pacific Ocean.
Turns on the aft. Three turns on the forward, 3.5 turns on the forward. But the one that's inboard most, can I try to use the ratchet just because it's far for me, and I feel like I'm putting a side load by putting my hand over there. I have the other 2 down at least 3 turns. 3 on the front, 4 on the aft.
And copy, Sunny. We're good with your recommendation if you need to use the ratchet wrench very lightly like you did before. And if that works, you can.
Yeah, I got that one started now. 2 turns on the one that's on the port side.
Okay, copy. So we're tracking now. That is all 3 bolts started, correct?
Confirm. Because I'm on that one, I'm doing 2 more turns, so it's going to be 4 on that inboard one. Coming up.
Okay, copy, Sunny.
4 turns on the inboard one.
Copy. With that, we're expecting 9 to 15 turns until you reach hand snug.
I'm on the forward. I'm doing some more on the forward.
Copy, Sunny.
6. 7. 8.
For those just tuning in, you're watching live coverage on NASA Plus of US EVA 91 and a view of NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to work on removing and replacing a planar reflector used in communications for visiting vehicles. With the visiting vehicle just within arm's reach, the NASA SpaceX Dragon, the Crew 9 vehicle that arrived on station a couple of months ago, back in September, actually. Approaching 2 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk. Joining Sunny Williams is NASA astronaut Nick Hague. So as Williams is working on the planar reflector remove and replacement, astronaut Nick Hague is completing his patchwork of the NICER experiment. The NICER is an X-ray telescope that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. That had thermal shields over the detectors, preventing sunlight from interfering with X-ray measurements, but those have since been damaged and deteriorated over time. So Hague has installed patches to help reduce that unwanted sunlight on the NICER experiment, also known as the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer. These are tasks 2 and 3 of today's assigned EVA after they successfully completed the removal and replacement of the RGA-2. And that is the rate gyro assembly number 2 that measures the rotational rate and gives rotational rate data of the International Space Station and the rate of change to better calculate the orientation of the orbiting laboratory.
Let's get gloves, dry house.
9 on the inboard. They still have a gap. They all have 9.
Copy, 9 on all, and at this point, this is where any little turn might reach that ham snug position, so just be careful as soon as you feel that stop.
10 on the forward. running torque, 10.5, just a teeny bit.
Copy. Little increase in running torque at 10.5.
Great communication there with Sunny Williams, NASA astronaut, as she continues to put the replacement planar reflector in place, talking of the turns and torque used by her tools to affix that replacement of the planar reflector.
Nick,
just off the
your,
zenith port of the Harmony module.
Copy. Heading that way.
And Nicer team
11 on the
is
inboard line.
happy with the work.
Standing.
And Sunny,
Take as many photos as my finger would allow.
nice work, Nick. Sunny, can we have you hold there for a second on the ratchet ups? We want to talk it over on the ground.
Yep.
And this view from the helmet camera of astronaut Sunny Williams.
How close do you think those bolts are to being flush and completely installed?
Yeah, I haven't done the aft one yet, but the forward one is about 1 millimeter. Inboard one, I can't look over there without getting too close, so I'm not looking, but it looks like the same height as the forward one. The aft one, I still have a couple more turns to do. I think I stopped at 9 there.
Okay, copy. Just stand by there for us and let us talk it over. Thanks.
Beautiful views from the helmet cam of Sunny Williams as the International Space Station traversing some 260 miles over the South Pacific, just recently entering an orbital daytime, and a great view of the Earth from just below the vantage point of Sunny Williams, just off the zenith port of the Harmony module. And you also heard communications with NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he was taking additional photos of his patchwork on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that he installed with a T-handle tool. And you can see from Nick Hague's helmet camera just off on the left-hand side, just outside that NICER patchwork, as both continuing to work with teams here on the ground to complete what would be tasks 2 and 3 of today's EVA. And as these astronauts continue to monitor the progress and work with the ground teams in communication, we have now approached 2 hours and 30 minutes into US EVA number 91.
Leaving ALC2, back on the truss.
Copy, Nick. Once you get to your crew lock bag, we're going to have you swap out your NICER caddy. You can put that next to the crew lock bag on the same handrail, and then we're going to work the C2B2 cable relocate.
Sure.
Nice job, Nick. Crushing it.
On steady. All on steady.
Exactly.
Okay, Sunny, I have some words.
Where are we over the Earth?
Some words for you with regards to this last turn. We have a request for you to try to use just the palm wheel on the last turn, and then if that is not possible, let us know, and we'll talk options. But we just want you to try to use for these 3 bolts the palm wheel only.
Okay, the aft one I have to catch up. Let me just do a couple turns on the last one. Catch up with the others. Okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
And then I will do that.
That's okay with us. Copy.
actually did 2 turns, and there's no running torque on this one. We're doing a little bit more. There we go, right there. 2.5 turns on the aft. Pretty close, actually. The aft one looks good. Right, this forward one. Sort of hard with the palm wheel. Forward one is a little difficult with the palm wheel. Just
Okay, copy, Sunny. Stand by.
try the inboard one. Inboard one I could turn about a half a turn, then it gets sort of stiff. It's on here solidly. The only problem is it has the ability to move up and down a little bit because its bolts aren't flush all the way down.
Yeah, copy, Sunny. I see that it kind of moves up and down a little bit in your HECA view, so stand by. We're talking it with the MER.
Mr. Caddy's on the same handrail as the crew lock bag.
Copy, Nick. With that, we'll have you identify that C2V2 cable. It's going to be your cuff checklist page 6. Awesome. So for the order of ops here, you're going to release the truss wire tie just inboard of the C2V2 stanchion and then release the cables from that, leaving the wire tie on the truss. Then you'll release the coils from the base of the antenna stanchion, and then you'll route the cable over to handrail 3002.
Okay, and work.
And Sunny, after some discussion, we see that you're unable to really turn those bolts that last little turn with the palm wheel itself. And so it's best judgment here. We want you to be very light on the ratchet handle itself to try to get those bolts flush, but there is increased risk, obviously, to breaking the bolt. So very light, and if you think it, in your judgment, it's too much force building up, then just stop.
Okay.
And there you heard great communication between the ground teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to tighten down the replacement unit of the Planar reflector that allows for greater communications capabilities for visiting vehicles. Prior to that communication, you heard from NASA astronaut Nick Hague, also on EVA with Sunny Williams, and that the completion of the NICER patch is complete, and that he is now moving on to the next step of today's EVA, the next project of today's EVA.
I think that one, the front one's pretty flush. I did like 2 turns, and then I could definitely feel a increase in the running torque. It was pretty light in the beginning, so that looks pretty good.
Copy. Good work.
And good communication again from Sunny as she continues to work on the planar reflector. And then for Nick Hague is translating across the International Space Station once again to prepare for the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer patch panel for future upgrades. But in order to gain access to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, you saw a moment ago just the translation on the screen of needing to relocate a C2V2 cable. And that common communications for visiting vehicles, or C2V2 communications, is another communications component for visiting vehicles on approach and arriving to the International Space Station. An expected loss of signal as communications satellites have signals transferring, and there you can see a great look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas. And as we start from the bottom of the screen, Flight Director Elias Mirmo, and to support the Flight Director for today's EVA, and Nicole McElroy sitting immediately to his right. And further down the aisle is NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner, who is the spacewalk communicator and relaying information up to the International Space Station and today's spacewalkers in Sonny Williams and Nick Hague. Just behind them in the row, behind the flight director, is Farouk Sabor, who just stood up there for a brief moment. He is the spacewalk lead officer in relaying information to both the flight director and the spacewalk communicator in McElroy and Whitner of all the procedures and updates as the EVA progresses along.
Came about the same amount of running torque at the end that was hard, and I didn't want to do it any further. And as I move the tether point, it doesn't go up and down anymore. So it's pretty much flush and tight.
Copy, Sonny. That sounds like a good config and a good install. And we're still out your HECA-cam right now. We have a couple more seconds till KU comes back. But looks like a good install, or sounds like a good install, so we can tend the ratchet wrench and wipe back to the crew lock bag.
Okay. I'm going to move the tether point to the tape tether. Doing stuff.
And Sonny, we're actually checking with the back now to make sure they're good with the install as well. But that bag ret is going to be the ret that's on the spare planar reflector now is going to be removed from the tether point and then attached to the tape cover to remove the tape cover.
Roger.
That said, we just got your HECA view back, and we wanted to see what that blue bag was and whether or not it's clearance to Dragon. We just kind of have a funny camera angle here.
Goodbye. What did you just say?
Yeah, Sonny. We were just noting the white bag with like the blue stripe or the blue lip on it, kind of floating. Looks like floating out of the crew lock bag.
Spare. Get this working, and then I'll be back with you. So, good luck.
Okay, Sonny. Yeah, we're good now. We noted it. We just got your HECA view back.
So as you can see it in my HECA, now this doesn't move.
Yeah, that's good words, and we see it, and it is a good install. Backroom's happy as well, so we are good to clean up. So we will, when you're ready, release that ret and attach it to the tape cover, and then you can remove the tape cover from the spare reflector.
Okay, it is being removed right now. It's off.
Awesome. You can tend all that back to the crew lock bag, and then we'll get your camera out to take some photos.
For those just tuning in on NASA Plus, you're watching live coverage of US EVA 91, currently being performed by NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Just moments ago, you heard great words from both the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room and astronaut Sonny Williams on the successful installation of the replacement of the planar reflector. The original was contaminated, and it has since been unbolted and replaced with a new unit, in which you see from the viewpoint of an external camera aboard the International Space Station of Sonny Williams now taking pictures of the work site and that completed process. Coming up on 2 hours and 43 minutes of today's US EVA. For NASA astronaut Nick Hague, he is currently working on a relocation of a C2V2 cable after completing his most recent work, which was placing patches for portions of the damaged NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope aboard the International Space Station, and now has translated or moved to a position on the truss of the orbiting laboratory to relocate the common communications for visiting vehicles cable, C2V2, to allow for greater access to what will be the alpha magnetic spectrometer, in which both he and Sonny Williams are scheduled to come back together and work on for today's EVA tasks. So to recap, the first task for today was completed, the replace of the rate gyro assembly number 2. And Sonny Williams completing right now and wrapping up task number 2, which is the removal and replacement of the planar reflector on an International Space Station docking adapter, the Zenith port of the Harmony module, and for Nick Hague, completing the patches for the damaged NICER experiment.
And they run, not run on top of each other, the two cables across 3002.
Okay, we copy, Nick.
At the base of the C2V2 stanchion on the 2 wire ties that I released, the cable that was on top, once I released the cable underneath, I put 3 twists to restrain the cable that was on top, so it'll now be on the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, Nick, we're good with that config. Thanks.
Yes, I got pictures for you.
Copy, Sonny. We're good with those photos. We can get a glove and hap check one more time from you, just looking for any contamination or discoloration on your gloves.
The gloves look phenomenal. I have.
Okay, with that, you have a go to egress the APFR and reposition below it recommended handrail 1616, just forward of the APFR.
Okay, I'm back on 1616.
Copy, Sonny. At this point, we'll take a inventory of your crew lock bag, and you can put it in the HECA if you can.
on the outside of the crew lock bag, I have integrated sets as well as a large, small adjustable. I open everything up so you can see it. You want to just look through the heck up.
Checking, Sunny.
The only things I took out was a wipe that had the spare in it, and that empty spare wipe is here. I have the other wipe that has the old one. The only other thing that I took out was the ratchet. The ratchet in the palm wheel, 2 inches right where my finger is. Other thing I brought in, of course, though, is the little piece of tape cover, which is on that net, which had the new reflector on it.
Okay, Sunny, sorry, I was just talking with the team here. So we just want to verify that none of the contingency tools that were underneath those wipes ever came out of the bag.
Nope, they never came out of the bag, and I closed the bag as soon as I took a tool out. The bag was not open at all during the event.
Okay, copy. We also want you to free up your trash bag for the upcoming AMS steps. So we'll have you take that that socket that you temp stowed in there and put it back on your PGT.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff. I've got the slack tied up at the base of the C2V2 stanchion. It is secured by 3 twists. There's 3 twists between the top cable and the bottom cable in both the wire tie locations that I reused. I took some closeout photos.
Okay, copy, Nick. We were just taking a look at your HECA view. We're just taking a look at your HECA view, Nick, and it looks like the C2V2 cables look good to us, so we can move on to some AMS setup. You're going to go back and retrieve crew lock bag from that handrail, and then we'll get you translating to the AMS support worksite.
Okay, north.
6-inch wobble is on my PGT test. Trash bag is clean.
And we copy, Sunny, that your socket's back on the PGT. We're just verifying that we are good for you to start heading out.
Block bag is on my BRT.
All right, copy, Nick. We're going to have you translate to S1 Phase 2 Zenith via that long handrail you were next to earlier. It's handrail 3210. And I have a warning. There's a potential MMOD strike on the Zenith end of that handrail. We'd like you to just stop there on the nadir side of the handrail and take a look and give us an inspection if you can.
Got it. And work.
Sunny, for you, with that we're good. You can bundle your crew lock bag to the APFR and then work to remove the APFR and stow that whole thing on your BRT. It was a good install of the planar reflector.
Fine work.
Excellent work, Sonny.
Thank you.
Great communications there between NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague out on US EVA Walk 91 in relay with communications to the ground crew here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as Sonny has completed the install of the planar reflector on the zenith, excuse me, close to the zenith port of the Harmony module.
Okay,
And
Kathy, we can actually see
now
that
wrapping
well
up
in
her
front of you.
workspace, whereas
Can
for
you give us
NASA
a
astronaut
thumbs
Nick
high
Hague
and,
recently just completed
so we
the
can kind of see the logo?
readjustment of a C2 V2 cable that will allow for the alpha magnetic spectrometer to have easier access for both he and Sonny Williams here in just a few moments as a part of their planned EVA tasks for the day. Just a little over 2 hours and 53 minutes into today's planned spacewalk that has now included the successful removal and replacement of the planar reflector as mentioned on the International Space Station docking adapter Harmony module, the replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2, and patches for the damaged NICER X-ray telescope experiment.
You guys and future crew away from that spot. So that's you can continue translating the AMS support work site, and then we'll stow the crew lock bag there, and just obviously avoid the zenith side of that handrail.
Got it.
Just BRT crew lock bag bundled out of the lift on my BRT.
Copy, Sunny. We're going to have you stand by there for a second. We're having a discussion about a TA clamp. If you can just stand by there on the front of PMA.
It just came undone and I redid it. That's right in front of me. That's the one you're talking about.
And Sunny, there was another TA clamp up and to the right of that right handrail that was kind of in your heck of view earlier. That looked like it was loose or disconnected.
I'm looking. One over here.
Yeah, Sunny, that looks like the one.
Okay, it's close. Anything else? I'm looking too.
And Nick, we want to go ahead and power off your HECA for a little bit just for thermal constraints.
Okay, HECA's coming off. Green light is out.
All right, Sunny, we're going to track that as a get ahead completed. And so with that, you can start your translation back to the starboard seat of cart.
On my way.
What are you doing? Get ahead? We're achiever.
And Sunny, I have a verify step while you're moving. Just verify that your tethers clear the CBM pedals and other PMA hardware as you're transitioning back inboard. And then you also have that green hook location on the lab that you want to pick up.
You're watching live NASA Plus coverage of US EVA 91, currently underway with NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. This view coming from the helmet camera of Sonny Williams, who just recently completed one of a handful of tasks for today. And she just recently did the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, just alongside an international docking adapter, the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module. And in those fields of view, you saw that the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft was right within reach. And that spacecraft belonging to Crew 9, who arrived on station back in September. So now Sonny will be joining NASA astronaut Nick Hague in preparation for preparing the alpha magnetic spectrometer for future upgrades. And what they will do once they arrive to that payload, it's a particle physics detector that looks for dark matter and antimatter and missing matter from a module attached just to the outside of the International Space Station. And this is the first of several planned upgrades for this spectrometer, and that'll include upgrading the additional radiators for heat rejection and a silicone tracker layer that'll also significantly increase the data acceptance of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, or AMS, as you're hearing over the communications between the two astronauts and the ground teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Now 2 hours and 59 minutes into today's EVA.
Because I have no pride, the green hook goes at the end of the red reel, correct?
Green hook goes yes to your red reel.
Making sure.
Yeah.
And that's A-firm, Sonny.
Good check.
Okay, green hook is on the red reel.
Copy, green hook.
Jess, I'm ready for those specifics.
Okay, Nick, the first location, we want you to take photos towards the ACC cable underneath the AMS.
Okay. A little bit of a tough angle, but I see the bottom of the ACC cable.
Copy. After that, we'll have you take pictures of the current patch panel config, the lacing config, and then views along the future power cable routing location. So it's basically lower AMS handrail aft towards the UMA connector panel, towards the other connector panel.
Okay. Work.
All right. Yes, I'm at the CEDA cart. Edward CEDA cart.
All right, copy, Sonny. Since we couldn't get the APFR out of that WIFX earlier, we're actually going to have you install the APFR that you have into WIF 4, and it'll be a clocking of 3.
Yep. Say again about the blocking?
3.
3?
Yeah, A-firm, 3.
And do you want different settings, though?
A-firm, the full settings, 3, Papa Papa Fox 6.
3 Papa Papa Fox 6.
Hey, Jess, photos. Complete.
Copy, Nick. Photos complete, and when you get a chance, you can turn your HECA back on now.
Green light. Jess, I'm thinking about timing. You want me to translate over so that we rally for my ingress, or want me to try to start cutting the lacing cords?
Okay, Nick, actually we're going to have you stay there in the support position for a little bit. We're going to have you start to cut some of these lacing cords. But before we do that, I just want to give you a big picture on how we're looking. We're still showing you guys 15 minutes ahead on the day for both crew. EV1 MEDOX is greater than 630 right now, so we're in a good state. So going in game plan is we're going to get Sunny, the APFR cleaned up and the crew lock bag stowed again, and then we'll get her out to the work site. And then Nick will have you start to cut these lacing cords, and then as Sunny starts moving out towards you, we'll get you up into ingress position.
Okay, sounds good.
So Nick, for you, we'll have you, I have a BRT location, a handrail 3211, if you would like it. Otherwise, you're just going to put yourself in a good support position to be able to cut those lacing cords, and you'll retrieve the dyno cutters and have access to your trash bag before we start.
Copy that. And my BRT is down to 3211. There is a cable that is run across it, but there's enough slack so you can get the BRT under it without pinching the cable. It makes for a good position.
Okay, good words, thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston, where you are watching live coverage of US EVA 91 featuring NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, as we have just crossed over the 3-hour and 5-minute mark of their planned tasks for today. You heard communications between the two astronauts and the ground teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room with Flight Director Nicole McElroy and Spacewalk Communicator Jessica Whitner, and also communications from Farouk Sabur, the Spacewalk lead officer, and giving updates on the timeline and tasks as they are approximately 15 minutes or so ahead of schedule. But right now, both of them preparing after recent activities, completing the replacement of the rate gyro assembly, number 2, the removal and replacement of a planar reflector just outside the Zenith Harmony module, the space-facing module, or port, pardon me, of the International Docking Adapter, the patches for the damaged NICER experiment, and then Nick Hague just recently completed the replacement of a C2V2 cable, a common communications for visiting vehicles communication line, to help set up for the visuals of the alpha magnetic spectrometer setup, and that is what Nick Hague is doing now, and Sunny Williams will be joining him shortly. Now, this will be tasks that will preview and ultimately set up future EVAs for the ultimate upgrade that will consist of additional radiators for the alpha magnetic spectrometer to dissipate heat, as well as a silicon tracker layer that will significantly increase the data acceptance and what the spectrometer can receive on the data side. So these will be preparatory tasks of that spectrometer setup, and no current upgrades for both Williams and Hague on this current task.
Okay, copy that. You were a little broken there. I think I got the go to cut 1 through 4. And if I get those, I'll check in with you. But I've got the trash bag ready.
Affirm, that's a good readback, and just report cuts as you make them.
Copy.
And we do have your HECA camera back as well.
1 is cut in the trash bag.
Copy, Nick.
Phase 2 cut in the trash bag.
Copy, number 2, cut.
Stand by for just a sec.
Three is cut. In the trash bag.
Copy, Nick, number 3, cut, and you can go all the way through 5 and 6 if you can reach them.
Okay. Cut. 3, Papa, Papa, Fox, 11.
Copy, Sunny, we were looking for Papa, Papa, Fox, 6 if you can.
No, 6.
Phase 4 cut. In the trash bag.
Copy, Nick.
Papa, Papa, Fox, 6.
Copy, Sunny, that all looks good, and just one more confirmation that you could depress that pitch knob.
Depress it, and I had to move it. It came back up again. Out in the Papa spots versus the November spots. I have my crew lock bag, 2 tethers on me. Not on my BRT, but it's on me. On my mini workstation. Large, small, and the integrated are both on my mini workstation.
Okay, copy, Sunny. We're going to have you, you can start your translation when you're ready. We just need you to press the CETA cart brakes again and verify that for us. And then we're actually going to have you just temp stow that crew lock bag on phase 6 by the CETA spur so we can get you out to Nick for the AMS task.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, the brakes are board of me, I think, right now. One, 2 times. That look all right?
Copy, brakes.
Before I start it off? Great.
I think we'll be going back that way.
All right, 2 pumps.
You're looking at a live view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room for continued coverage of US EVA 91, featuring NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to work down their checklist of tasks that have already had quite a bit checked off, including the replacement of the rate gyro assembly, number 2, the removal and replacement of a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, patches to damaged portions of the NICER X-ray telescope, and now preparing for preparatory tasks for future EVAs on the alpha magnetic spectrometer and upgrades in those future EVAs for that AMS. And this is all a part of the 273rd spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And of that maintenance, looking back at the alpha magnetic spectrometer, that was launched back on May 16th, 2011, the penultimate or second to last space shuttle launch, in which Shuttle Endeavour would carry that up to the International Space Station on STS-134.
Okay, we copy Nick 5 and 6. That was kind of expected based on that position. So with that, we're just going to hold now until we get you guys ingress into the truss and Sonny out there. So can I get a glove and hap check from you, and then you can also stow those tools again.
The crew lock bag is on 3413. Has a large, small, adjustable.
And copy, Sonny. If you want to stow your PGT there as well, you can do that too.
I always know you don't have your PGT on, do you, Nick?
I do not. You don't need another one, though. We don't have PGT, the rest of the...
Yeah.
Even for the get-ahead seat.
Is it hard to get in there with the PGT on, or is it okay? Let me ask that question.
It's over here with the PGT on?
Yeah.
It'll impede your reach a little bit, but I think from a support perspective, you'll be able to do everything.
All right, I'll just leave it on me for now. Over there.
Okay, copy, Sonny. You can. We're fine with you keeping your PGT as well if that works for you guys. You can start that translation out to meet Nick, and then Nick, once you get the gloves and hap check and then the tools stowed, we'll have you reposition outboard for that truss ingress prior to Sonny getting there.
Okay, copy.
Actually, it will take me 5 seconds. I'll take it off right now. I have a tether on the crew lock bag that I could tether it to. No big deal. Here.
Yeah, it'll make you a little smaller. You'll be able to fit into this wedge a little bit better. Yes, I've got good gloves, no change to the baseline, dry hap.
Okay, copy, Nick. And then when you're ready, you can reposition outboard, and that's just translating nadir to the phase 1, phase 2 edge, and then back zenith again along the diagonal to the trunnion pin, and then you're just going to hold there.
Okay.
And again, for both of you, we're looking good on time, so you can take your time as needed and take some photos.
Okay. And Jeff, on handrail 3208, it's a short one, right on the phase 1, phase 2 interface. There's a couple small MMOD strikes per millimeter or so on the end.
Copy that, Nick, about the MMOD strike.
PGT is double tethered to the crew lock bag,
And copy, Sonny, about your PGT. So, Nick, for you, for those MMOD strikes, that 3208 is actually Sonny's green hook location right now. So if we could get a little bit more SA as to those MMOD strikes. Are they on the side of the label or the side opposite?
Side of the label or the side opposite? I'll translate back, put eyes on it. You back with me on HECA?
Affirm, we're back with you on HECA.
Yeah, so you should be able to see the one right between 0 and 2 on the edge, on the label side, and then on the far end, you've got one near the fastener toward the end. Small, but they do have a bird edge. I can see that.
Okay, copy. Yeah, we're struggling to see it a little bit in your HECA view just because of the size of them, I think, but we copy bird edge on those as well, so we might look for another hand relocation for green hook. And Nick, we don't need any more
2002
info
is
there
right
too.
next to it.
So, how am I getting up there?
There's a diagonal here
Okay.
with a handrail just in front of me.
Okay.
And then you'll be able to move up to the top and then back inboard.
Ready? Am I putting my green hook?
If you go back inboard to the edge of this bay.
Okay.
And you.
That handrail up there?
It's going to be a little bit more inboard of that. That's the one I called out the couple small MMOD strikes, though.
And Nick, Sonny, we do think
3208.
you can do.
Yeah, and you can see those little spots.
We do think you can use 3002, which is that one we use for the C2V2 routing as your green hook location.
You're hearing live commentary from NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams, who are currently underway for US EVA number 91, just over 3 hours and 20 minutes in. The two of them moving into position for another task on today's checklist, and that is preparatory work of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And what they're looking at will be plans of potential future upgrades to the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And again, preparatory tasks, no upgrades on this particular EVA, as they look to have additional radiators for heat rejection and a silicone tracker layer that'll increase the data acceptance of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And all this a part of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 273rd spacewalk in support of those tasks.
3208, the edge of it. Not the handrail per se, but the little piece. There's a bunch of wire ties on this blind glass here.
The International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime that they have just entered. So you see the helmet cameras from Nick Hague and Sonny Williams. Hague on the left and Williams on the right as they continue to translate or move around the outside of the International Space Station to better access the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
All right, then where am I going? Let's see.
There's a large, long handrail right above your head. And that's going to take you up phase 2. So a little bit inboard of where you're looking. Kind of raised up. So it's directly, there you go. And on the zenith end of that is where that MMOD strike is. It's about 4 inches from the
I
end.
see it, yep.
Yeah, it's big.
And Sonny, we're tracking with where you put your green hook location. We're good with that for now.
I see the crew lock back here.
Yeah, and where that large hook is for the crew lock bag, that's where I had a BRT down.
You're off the work right there for them.
Yeah. And so you'll want to throw your feet aft, station aft, keep your head kind of where it's at, and then that'll put you in a good spot to look at the patch panel.
All right, I'm getting oriented. Hold on.
No problem. Settled, and then I'll start backing in for the ingress.
Yeah, no rush at all from our side, and I just have a caution to read. Do not kick the radiator beam launch lock or the OBSS to prevent damage.
Copy all.
Copy. You're getting the lacing cord?
Cut the first 4.
It's up here.
Yeah.
I'm looking too far back. Okay. Okay. So you put your BRT where they have this cable also?
Yeah, I just kind of snuck it under it.
Okay. Paddles out, BRT's on.
And Sunny, we hear that your BRT is on,
I'm going to
so
back in, feet first.
you're in position.
Okay. So I'm going to start backing in leg first.
Okay.
And then I'm looking to ingress that spot in between us.
And Nick, before you do that, Sunny, could you identify the ACC cable?
I'm looking.
So Sonny, in the middle of the radiator beam there is a small little cable that stretches.
I have to get lower?
Yeah, you gotta get lower.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's the ACC cable.
Okay, I got it now, Copy.
Okay. And before Nick, before you
I spy with my own little
go
eye.
inside, Sonny, could you perform a glove and hap check? And we would like you to really inspect the glove since you were close to that handrail. And 1 minute to a handover.
My gloves actually look all nominal. Hap is dry.
Okay, copy that. Nick, I have a caution for you, actually for both of you. Do not contact the AMS ACC cable. Maintain clearance at all times. Do not inadvertently load any AMS cables. And avoid loading NCGLs between handrail 3002 and 3003.
Copy.
Copy.
Okay, if Sonny has a good view, Sonny, you can give a go for Nick to ingress the worksite.
Did you have a go?
Hey, around here.
Great views and communication between NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams during US AVA 91, currently underway and about to hit the 3 hour and 28 minute mark. Temporary loss of signal with the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which you are seeing live views of that and awaiting that signal to return. For both Hague and Williams, they are preparing for access to the alpha magnetic spectrometer and the setup there for preparatory tasks to prepare for future EVAs on this alpha magnetic spectrometer. And those EVAs would see upgrades to the system, including additional radiators to help reject heat and an additional silicon tracking layer that'll significantly increase the data acceptance that the spectrometer can receive. To recap this EVA so far, the team has been working diligently, in fact, even a little ahead of schedule. They began with the priority task of removing and replacing the rate gyro assembly number 2, and that rate gyro assembly helping those on the ground as well as those aboard the station calculate the rotational rate and the rate of change and the orientation of the International Space Station and help better calculate overall orientation. And then the 2 astronauts would move on to tasks 2 and 3. For Sunny Williams, she would complete the removal and replacement of a planar reflector used for communications and visiting vehicles just outside the international docking adapter on the Zenith port of the Harmony module. That's the space-facing port currently occupied by the Crew 9 SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. As for Nick Hague, he would move on and complete tasks that would see patches for the damaged NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope aboard the International Space Station, and patching areas that were allowing unwanted sunlight to enter and prevent accurate readings. Since then, the two have since rejoined together just outside the alpha magnetic spectrometer with a couple of cable relocations of the common communications for visiting vehicles set up, and are now looking to survey the work site and look for that preparatory tasking around the alpha magnetic spectrometer and what it can look like for future EVAs for those upgrades.
Hey, watch my head because this is going to raise me up.
Yeah, I see that. All right, don't go any higher. You're about 4 inches. Don't go any higher. Go lower now.
And tighten it up.
Below.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 2 inches. Not like that. You're like looking way down.
Yeah, I'm gonna work towards you. I don't know if you guys can see it in your head there. There's another MMOD strike. It's right on AMS. I don't think it interferes with the work volume.
Copy, yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to angle towards you. Like this. Okay, so what's my helmet clearance
Well,
now?
you're about 2 inches.
Okay.
That's better, a little bit, 4 inches.
Okay.
And then, Nick, once you're there, we've also been using a mini workstation end effector to that left handrail, kind of right where your hand is, to kind of hold myself there against the BRT.
Yeah. In place.
When you come this way, you're away from that cable.
Yeah.
You're more away.
Trying to get away from it.
And for both your SA, the AMS radiator that's kind of closest to Nick's helmet right now is okay to have some incidental contact. We just don't want to really bang into it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Those dyno cutters.
Dyno cutters?
Are what we're after next.
Yep, A-firm, we're looking for the dyno cutters and a trash bag, and then you guys can work together on that to cut the rest of these lacing cords. And Sunny, while you're getting that out, I do have a warning for both of you. There's a sharp edge hazard, so exercise caution and refrain from touching the exposed metal and edge of the AMS patch panel itself. So it's once it's exposed, the metal edge is sharp, and then avoid zip tie sharp edges once we get to that point.
Metal one is the dyno cutter, right?
Yeah, the big scissor looking one. Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
All good.
Do we need a trash bag for this?
Yeah, these will pull out threads. I got. That one's blind. I can't. You put your eyes on that better to be able to cut it. Back away, give you some moment space. This one right there.
And Nick, Sunny, we know some of these are kind of blind reaches since and they are the same when we did them in the pool. So you might just have to feel around for it with the dyno cutters.
Okay. Let's create some space with it with these others first.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were going to recommend as well. Might be helpful to cut the rest and then get those last.
I'm trying to get my trash bag out. Hold on.
You are looking live at the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Nick Hague, working in close proximity with his partner for US EVA 91 today, Sonny Williams, as they look to release some ties that are holding down cloth covering a patch panel of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. This is one of several tasks for the two. Many have been completed already as they release some of these ties, the two working together to look at potential future upgrades and availability and upgrade plans to help inform future EVAs for the alpha magnetic spectrometer. Now 3 hours and 36 minutes into today's EVA, and all plans and all tasks have been moving along nominally and as scheduled, as Nick Hague and Sonny Williams continue to operate on this International Space Station upgrade and task, and preparing for future upgrades of the AMS or alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Oh, nice. Done.
there's two pieces there.
At 9?
That's 9. Eyes on my helmet.
That?
I said keep eyes on my helmet so I don't drift up too high.
Great views from the helmet cams of NASA astronaut Nick Hague on the left, EV1, and NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, EV2. As together they continue to work to loosen the ties around the beta cloth covering a panel on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And once inside, they will take a look at the spectrometer and survey for potential future EVA plannings for upgrades that'll see additional radiators installed for dispersion of heat, as well as increasing its ability to receive data from its experiments. Now 3 hours and 41 minutes into today's EVA, and everything so far has gone expected, even so much so as having the team of Hague and Williams get a little bit ahead of schedule, and that includes replacing the rate gyro assembly number 2, the removal and replacing of a planar reflector to help with visiting vehicle communications when they approach and dock with the International Space Station, patching the damaged NICER experiment, an X-ray telescope on the International Space Station that was seeing unwanted light enter the experiment, and those patches have been completed, and now both Williams and Hague working together on the alpha magnetic spectrometer.
Okay, Jeff, there's some surprise connections here.
Copy. Nick, what are you seeing?
Do you want to do these ones over here?
Where I took out 9, looks like it is peers below it as well. That's an additional one, I guess, below position 8. And then 7 I took out, but there's another one at the corner between 7 and 8.
You see it with my Hecka?
And Nick, just to confirm, obviously that little square patch of beta cloth, we're not trying to take off, just the joint between the two. Yep, exactly what you're pointing out. So those other ties that you're seeing are preventing the beta cloth we're trying to take off from being moved.
Affirmative.
Copy.
Affirmative.
Okay, well, if they are preventing it, you have a go to cut those as well.
Okay. Ended up cutting the beta cloth on that one, so there's no, the lace is still there, but it's not holding anything, and the lace is still together.
Copy, understood, and we are fine with that config.
these two over here you need to get?
Yeah, I'm trying to get this piece that's right here. Piece. Doesn't really go anywhere. I don't know if you can get that. Okay, so that's released. That's released. And unfold all that beta cloth. I need to get this one.
Oh, nice.
It's blind. Pull that up just a little. It's not going to come all the way off because of this last one.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to underneath it.
Go between.
That's it.
Yeah. You're on the clock.
Okay. Higher. That's it.
Off.
Just grab that.
Oh, yeah. Try it from here?
Yeah, give it a shot. I'm shooting in the blind here.
What's that?
I said I'm just in the blind completely.
Yeah.
Lift that up. Does that help you? Down out of the way a little.
Little piece came off. Like a little teeny piece there now. Come on. Up.
There you go.
Nice work. We were all cheering you guys on down here.
Teamwork.
Okay.
I don't know if that knot will come out.
I think there's one more on the back side. It kind of ties the whole thing together.
It is, that's right.
Yeah. Put a hand on my helmet.
agree. We need the other cutters, Nick.
The zip tie cutters. Got these up.
Awesome. We're tracking now that the beta cloth is free. So, yep, next step is going to be the zip tie cutters. And then, Nick, if you need to secure the beta cloth back, you can use a shorter long wire tie. If you don't, and it'll stay back, you can just leave it without.
Okay, I'm going to try to go without. And as we get into some areas, we may need to install it.
Copy, sounds good.
Okay.
Now, how do we want to grab this?
Yeah. And where am I at?
We want to do those three right there, right?
Yeah, there is one below, but that's got some orange wire in it. It's not the white wire, patch panel wire. I don't think I want to get that. So, Jess, I'm going to try to put it in the HECA.
I think it's only this one, and that one, these three.
That one, that one, that one.
Yeah. This one puts two bundles together, and this separates the bundles.
Yep. Can you guys see the wire tie configuration?
Yeah, A-Firm, Nick, and Sunny, what you guys just pointed to, those three blue zip ties are the ones that you want to cut.
All
right, when you cut with that, is it going to stick to that thing?
It does. It captures it.
NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams continue to work diligently on a patch panel connected to the alpha magnetic spectrometer as a part of today's US EVA 91 tasks as they look to free up ties. They just moved out of the way a beta cloth to allow access to this patch panel just a few moments ago. Now 3 hours and 52 minutes into today's EVA, and all tasks for both Hague and Williams have gone right on schedule. In fact, so much so they are a little bit ahead of schedule, but continuing to work on this patch panel and look at the alpha magnetic spectrometer and do preparatory tasks in preparation for future work. And that includes pulling back the beta cloth as mentioned, and then we'll be testing access to various connectors within the alpha magnetic spectrometer, and that'll inform future upgrades that allow for both more data and higher accuracy measurements, as well as greater dispersion of heat as exposed to sunlight. The International Space Station is currently wrapping up a time period of orbital nighttime. They'll be entering daytime here in the next few moments as both Nick Hague and Sonny Williams continue to diligently work together and showcase teamwork on this task for the AMS.
Wire ties down. Trash bag. Okay. That.
All right, we see the zip ties cut and Sonny back in the Kulak bag. You're going to stow that zip tie cutter and then pull out the connector tool simulator and the EVA GoPro.
It worked.
Just for your awareness, in terms of being able to see the patch panel, I can read the numbers on column 1, 2 rows on column 2, and get most of the 4th and 5th columns.
Okay, copy that, Nick. And then if you have any words on how you got into the body position that you are in, just for future crews, and you could just reassess your body position there to be able to reach all of these connectors. The furthest column from you only has one connector that we need to go after.
Understand. As I am right now, I'm pretty much aligned. Feels like I'm aligned Mater Zenith, and I do just have the BRT up and over the I-beam onto that handrail. The angle is weird, so my BRT actually is at a 45-degree onto that handrail. That makes it reach without pulling me too close and too high.
I have the GoPro on to sort of take a look at it.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm getting it, but I'm...
Yeah. Want to pass it to me, and I can get some video over here, too.
Yeah, I think it's on.
Yeah, I saw that flashing. Okay. Cool. All the connections look good. We did to the beta cloth. Here's the camera. Nice together. It's coming back toward you. The red is locked out. One up my stuff list.
To get you overall so they could see.
Body position. And make sure you can get my clearance in like this position, my clearance above me.
Cable is way in there, so you're
I'm a long ways away from it.
Yep.
And I can see daylight between my helmet and radiator beam just in my shadow.
Yep. I keep taking GoPro while you're doing this?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to go in with the connector tool.
And hey, Nick, before we do that, we were just talking on the ground. We're looking at where the beta cloth is, kind of on the edge of the patch panel there, on that furthest column from you. And we just want to make sure, is that beta cloth going to interfere with being able to put the connector tool on one of the connectors in that column, like perpendicular to the panel? If it is, we can pull one of the other lacing cords to try to move that further away.
Yeah, if I'm looking at the cheat sheet here, all the things that are, the one I'm going after, the Echo 1 Bravo 1, you should be able to get to. The beta cloth will move out of the way. There's compliance. There's a lot of compliance in the beta cloth. If you were trying to do that far one, I guess it'd be row 1, column 6, that might be more difficult, and we'd have to cut more. We can cut more if you want. We're here.
Okay, Nick, just stand by. We're going to talk it over. We might want you to cut a little bit more.
Okay. Hang it out.
Will that little piece come off? Yes.
That first tie? Oh, this one right here? No, what happened was the beta cloth cut.
Oh.
And they released the one that was below it, and this one is...
I'm going to turn this off for a second.
Okay.
And Nick, Sonny, we do have a request. We'd like you to make it to where we can access all of the connectors on a future EVA. So that beta cloth, if we need to cut one more lacing cord, let's do that now.
Okay. We'll give it a go.
Thanks.
Not a problem. Coming off. Okay.
Fantastic communication there between NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams as we continue live with our coverage of US EVA 91 as the two astronauts continue to work together on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And we mentioned before that this is all preparatory work, what can be done, and getting visuals on the job site of how future upgrades and future EVAs could handle. And that was the communications you heard with Nick Hague describing his body positioning and taking notes, as well as Sonny Williams describing his position, again, for future astronaut and future EVA missions, and also the position of the beta cloth and the patch panel they recently just gained access to, and gaining visuals on that part of the alpha magnetic spectrometer as well. Approaching in about 30 seconds the 4-hour mark of today's EVA, as all tasks so far have been progressing along swimmingly for both Nick Hague and Sonny Williams, including the removal and replacement of a rate gyro assembly that allows rotational rate data of the International Space Station to be collected and to better calculate the overall orientation. The removal and replacement of a planar reflector on the International Docking Adapter, the zenith port of the Harmony module. That's the port that faces space and is currently occupied by a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft for Crew 9, and that is a part of the communications for visiting vehicles. And then the patches for the damaged NICER experiment. And that NICER patch executed by Nick Hague worked well, and that is a part of the X-ray telescope that measures various X-ray phenomena, neutron stars, black holes, and the like, and that was receiving unwanted sunlight and unwanted X-rays from said sunlight, and that patching has since been complete. So now, after moving a C2V2 cable to gain greater access to the alpha magnetic spectrometer, that is what Sonny Williams and Nick Hague are doing now, continuing to survey the work site for potential future upgrades and informing the team here on the ground at the International Space Station Flight Control Room of what those upgrades could look like.
I think
down there that needs to move?
there's not much else I can cut without this whole thing coming apart.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, like that. That's perfect.
Only one that might be problematic is that corner.
It's red.
It is. Jess, are you seeing all this on Hecka?
Yeah, we're seeing it too, Nick, and the team's saying they'd like to cut that corner if possible. That said, do you think that's going to liberate that piece of beta cloth too much?
If we get this one here, I could cut this, but then that gets rid of the kind of the dome aspect of it, so make it hard to put back over.
Cut that one right there. What happens there? Still there?
Then I think it folds back even further. If I can get to this one right there.
Yeah, yeah. That's the one that's right next to you, on that hand, yeah.
Yeah.
And for both of you guys, you can cut that exactly what you're talking about. And then as far as it going back over the patch panel, that's just a nice to have. So if we don't get it, it's no big deal.
Okay. You see it from your angle if I put it on there?
Yeah, I can see it. Oh. No, that was low, right there, yep. Connected to that square one, but right between those two.
Tell me when I'm on it.
You're on it.
It's out.
But it's down there.
Take the tool. I'll see if I can reach the pod.
Get right there. Nicely done.
And Nick, for your essay, we took your Hecka down for about 5 minutes just for thermal constraints.
Okay. And now you have access to everything. Easy.
Okay, awesome. Well, we would like to get your HECA back before we actually start the fit checks, but I have a couple words for you, and I know you got to do a tool swap back to the bag before we do that.
Okay.
And for both of you, when you can, I'll take a glove and hap check.
No changes to the gloves, dry hap.
No changes to my gloves either, and a dry hap.
Cappy, gloves, and hat.
Move back in. That tool.
Oh, look at the moon out there.
That.
A nice view of the moon right there.
Moon?
Yeah, on the other side of the kulak bag for you.
Yeah, there you are. There you are. Hello, moon. Pictures. Camera.
And I Velcro down your cover.
That.
Your cover. Oh, no, you wedged it well. Nice.
Two.
Yeah.
This Velcro is old.
I know. I was fighting it earlier.
And Sunny, while you have the camera out, we would love some pictures of Nick's body position in the truss.
Ryan, what we get?
My little hole here. Not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Wonderful to hear the ongoing communications between NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sonny Williams as they continue their work on the alpha magnetic spectrometer and evaluating the work site for future upgrades on future EVAs that'll allow for additional radiators for heat rejection, as well as trackers to significantly increase the data acceptance of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. But we take a look inside now of the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at Mission Control Center, and there you see from the bottom of your screen working your way up, that is Flight Director Elias Mirmo in support of the EVA Flight Director today. And that is Nicole McElroy and her Vista flight team. Jessica Whitner, a NASA astronaut. She is the spacewalk communicator for today's flight, and you are hearing her voice in relay of all the communications to Nick Hague and Sonny Williams. And JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide is the Capcom for today, relaying communications to the team that is still inside of the International Space Station. We are 4 hours and 8 minutes into today's EVA. That has so far gone right to schedule. In fact, so much so they are a little ahead of schedule. That includes multiple tasks that have been completed both together for Hague and Williams, as well as individual tasks as well.
I'm just right there.
You're right there.
Yep.
It's funny. I think can you feel them like if it's just right there.
Yeah.
Right there. There's a bigger hole to his.
He opens up if I go a little bit more. Yeah.
You could slide into that place where you can just feel those connectors.
Yeah.
Okay, Cappy. Copy those words. We are tracking now, and Sunny, just for your sake, we just lost your HECA as well.
Lost it?
To correct, we turned it off for thermal constraints from the ground, and it'll be back up shortly. Nothing for you to do.
Okay. Okay.
So while we're waiting for the HECAs to come back online, I'll read you a caution and where we're going with the fit checks. So for the caution, we want to avoid torque and twisting motions on the harness boot and sideways force on the connectors.
Okay.
And then as far as the fit checks go, I know you guys will have cuff checklist page 8 available to you. I will read out column and row that we're going after, as well as the connector number, since you might be able to see it as well. And then once we attempt the call it install, I'll just ask you a series of questions. One, could you actually reach the full install position with the stinger in contact with the panel surface? Then we'll report the band number with the highest cable in contact with the tool. And then without actually rotating, I just want you to assess whether or not you would be able to rotate the tool counterclockwise about 30 degrees.
Okay.
All right, Nick, we have your HECA back. So when you're ready, we can start the fit check.
Okay, ready.
All right, first and foremost, we're going after column 1, row 2, and it's connector number 7.
I'm on row 2, connector 7. I can see the label.
Copy.
Okay, so this is down.
Trying to get my head in here to see a little bit.
I can turn.
Have plenty of room to turn.
I can rotate it this way. You see a little bit better.
Copy, Nick. So that kind of answers 2 of the questions. We were able to achieve full install, and to confirm, you could rotate it counterclockwise 30 degrees.
Stay firm. Just put the handle toward the outboard of the patch panel, and you avoid all the clearance issues.
Copy. And then maybe from Sunny's position, if she has a better vantage point, if you could report the band number of the highest cable in contact with the tool.
Right, this one, right?
This one right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 9.
Yeah, I call it a 9. It's at the highest red band, but it's below the handle.
You can avoid it, though.
Yep. You know, I think you could probably rotate this 360 degrees and avoid all of the cables that run to this side of the patch panel. The other side of the patch panel, stick it up maybe an inches higher. All those cables.
Okay, copy, Nick. We're good with that. We have about a minute and a half until a quick handover. I think we can knock out the next one. It's going to be column 2, row 1, and connector number 11, if you can see the number.
Connector number 11, trying to see the label. I see the label. I'm down on it.
If you use that outboard stop, you can rotate, right?
Yeah, I can rotate this 170 degrees counterclockwise.
I can't see what band it is close to. From here.
It's the same one, I think.
Yeah.
As you rotate around. Probably height of 9.
Okay, copy. Height of 9.
That one.
That answers that connector's questions. Any other foreseen challenges mating that one?
Nope. It's a little bit of a reach compared to the other one just because it's further away. But it's not difficult.
Okay, copy. We got 15 minutes to hand over, so I'll be with you again shortly. But we're good with that connector.
Okay.
I mean 15 seconds, my bad.
What is it?
I just thought you
An expected transfer of communications currently ongoing, as you see live views and some smiles here inside of Mission Control Center and the International Space Station Flight Control Room is Jessica Whitner, the one in the middle of your screen there, relaying information up to Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, the 2 NASA astronauts participating in today's spacewalk. Just over 4 hours and 15 minutes into US EVA number 91, as the two, both Hague and Williams, continuing to showcase teamwork in working on the job site of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and reviewing the patch panels for future upgrades and future EVAs.
It's installed on the... It's column 6, row 5 or 4. 1B, I can't read the label fully. Second from the bottom.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that's correct. It's Echo 1, Bravo 1, but column 6, row 4 is correct.
Okay. And so it's all the way down. That's no problem. You've got about the cables that go... The cables on this side actually go higher than the handle. But they're all biased to one side of this, so you can rotate this 180 degrees counterclockwise. Start with the handle toward me. And... yeah, I think that it gets you all your info.
Last question, is the reach okay?
Yep, the reach is okay on this one.
Okay, copy. We'll have a go to continue. We'll go to the next connector. We'll be back in column 1, row 3, and it's number 4, if you can see the label.
I'm going to reposition a little bit.
All right. Sort of the same situation.
Yep.
But you're on that edge.
I am flush with the panel, so tools fully installed. The highest cable goes to kind of the last red line. I have probably all the cables on this side of the patch panel are below the handle, so I could rotate 270 degrees counterclockwise. No problem.
Okay, copy. That's all we needed for that one. So we'll move on to column 3, row 2, and it's going to be number 9.
9.
So it's in the middle.
This one will be a little more sporty. We go like this.
And happy to take any extra words here on we know it's going to be a little bit of a tricky one to get in between those cables.
Okay, so now I'm down on it. It's a little bit of a blind access. I can see the stinger touching the base, but I wouldn't be able to fully see the connector.
I can see it from this
Can
side.
you see it from there?
Yeah, I can see you're on it. Around, I can see the two ends where the little gap is.
Yeah.
From this view, so this one you'd want somebody to look at it.
Okay.
And also, your initial position was not orthogonal. It was a little tilted, but now you've got it that more orthogonal, which is good.
Yep. And then there's, the cables on the zenith side of the patch panel are all above the handle. So you can put everything on the nadir side is below the handle. Those highest ones go to the last red stripe. You could rotate counterclockwise 180 degrees.
Okay, copy all, Nick. The next connector after this one is going to be one row down in the same column, so column 3, row 3, connector number 6. Might be a little bit more tricky than that one.
Again, I can see when you get all the way down on it, that tool. The gap is.
So that feels perpendicular.
Yep, that looks orthogonal, yep.
Okay. A little more blind on my side for this location, but I think all the same data that goes up to the last red stripe, I could do 180 degrees counterclockwise, and it's fully installed.
Okay, copy all. 3 more to go. The next connector will be on the other panel itself, column 4, row 2.
Row 2. 0 TB.
That's correct.
One's a little more tricky.
Yeah.
Put the handle in just the right location.
It's good it's still outside. Hard for you to see, I bet.
It's really hard to see.
And I could move around and I could get like half of it.
Yeah,
I can't see the whole thing.
I can see the stinger touching the bottom.
Yeah,
I can see half of the connector head.
Same here.
I can tell that I'm on it.
Yeah.
It's 180 degrees of rotation counterclockwise. There's at least 4 or 5 cables on the zenith side of the patch panel that are higher than the handle of the tool by about an inch or a half inch, I think.
They're almost an inch.
Yeah. You need an inch more clearance to be able to go all the way around.
Yeah, if you want a taller tool.
Yep. I think the real one is a little bit longer. Okay. Got everything you need there, Jeff?
Okay, we copy all. We're tracking down here. So next connector is going to be column 4, row 4.
That isn't it?
That one, yep. I can see both sides of it. That you. It's hard to get it.
I can't go straight in because of the cables. Could go in sideways a little and then down.
Yeah.
But you can see I'm having to nudge some of these cables out of the way just to get this perpendicular to the connector.
Okay,
I can
copy,
see both
Nick.
sides from here, but you look.
I don't know how much you want to move those cables. Probably it looks like maybe 15 degrees off of vertical without moving any of the cables. So I'd have to bend them about that much. You could still rotate at 180 degrees because you can rotate away from those cables.
Okay, copy, understood. It seems like we can rotate just fine as long as we set the handle in the right position, but otherwise it's a little bit tricky to get perpendicular here. All right, with that one, the last connector we want to check today is column 4, row 5. And if you can see the label, it's Echo 1 Alpha 0.
One right below that last one.
Yeah, this one's easier.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, I think. Full bundle is pushing me off to the side. So again, I have to put stress on all those cables. I'm probably 20 degrees off vertical. Be able to get it straight, I'd have to bend all those cables. Could rotate 180 degrees. The handle's in the right location, but those cables are an inch above the handle, and they're interfering with me being able to put this down vertically.
Okay, copy all, Nick. And you can pull that tool off that connector, and we're just going to have you stand by while the team discusses it here.
Okay. Yeah.
You are tuned in live on NASA Plus to the ongoing progression of U.S. EVA number 91, featuring NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to progress through their checklists. We are now 4 hours and 26 minutes into today's EVA that has seen them replace the rate gyro assembly number 2, remove and replace a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles outside the zenith port of the Harmony module, the space-facing port. Also installing patches for the damaged NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that was allowing unwanted sunlight into its sensitive instrumentations inside. So those patches have since been complete, and now both Williams and Hague working together to take a look at the alpha magnetic spectrometer and the work site, taking diligent notes of body positionings, tool configurations, and more surrounding a patch panel for future upgrades on future EVAs. They continue to work as diligent and had been working as a team all throughout the day, or in teamwork all throughout the day. For Nick Hague, his 4th spacewalk. For Sonny Williams, this is her 8th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
I'll get from this angle. I have a third arm.
What do you want to do?
Hold down that beta cloth. Or do the
Big one?
yeah. Oh, that's good. I'm real stable when I hold it like that. Yeah. Like that. Here's my perspective. That's what you can.
I'm just trying to get some overall.
Yeah, I was trying to pull the crew lock bag out of the way.
Back in the way a little bit.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good. Where's my helmet relative to the radiator?
So you're probably about 6 inches back, and you're like half of your helmet is above. You know what I mean? You're not totally underneath it.
Okay, got it.
But
I'm
if you go
a little
lower,
bit back, and I've got 6 inches to go up.
Yeah.
Before I have to hit it. Okay.
And it's just the edge.
That's the part they don't want to touch. The stuff underneath.
Yeah.
Is incidental. Okay.
They turn this off. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Maybe the button push.
Hey, did you grow to love that RT?
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Kind of keeps me stable.
Yeah.
I'm wedged in here, so I'm not sure how critical the stability is. This is more effective. The defector to the handrail right in front of you.
Yeah.
And drawing you in, because you end up reacting away from it, and so that counteracts it.
That's good. You have a wire tie to put around the whole thing? If you use a big one?
Yeah.
Just one of ours?
Yeah, it's just one of ours. We'll go around the cable bundle here.
Yep.
Try to hold it down. Camera?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get some pictures?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here we go.
In your head. He's in there.
Yeah. A little in the motion. So, flip the page.
Oh, yeah. So close to you.
Okay, Nick, Sunny, I got some big picture words for you, and then we're going to start cleaning up on AMS.
Ready for the words.
All right, so we're showing ourselves right now an hour ahead on timeline, which is awesome. We are looking now at after we clean up the APFR here, we may have a couple photo opportunities, specifically one for the MMOD strike, Nick, that you saw on AMS during your ingress. We would like to get some photo documentation of that. And then we may have a couple other locations, teams working that now. Once we get you cleaned up at AMS and start heading inboard, we're looking at trying to get you guys both out to that troublesome APFR that we had earlier, and maybe with both crew out there can get that collar unstuck. But waiting on steps for that. How copy?
Copy all.
That's interesting.
I don't like that. Camera's still functional, but that is not captive, right?
I don't think so. I think just the cover is captive. You want me to put that in my trash bag?
Potentially. I'm not, no, there's a tether through it.
Okay.
Just want to confirm the eyepiece that we put onto the camera, probably see it in my HECA, it came off. Is this captive?
Affirm, Nick. It is captive to the MLI.
Okay. I'm not going to worry about them. Captive to the MLI.
It must have a little tether point on it that connects to the
Yeah, I see the little tether point, and then the MLI's got
captive to the other one.
Yeah, okay. That still works. Won't be able to tell what I'm shooting, but it still works.
Okay, so should we start putting tools away inside the crew lock bag? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, you ready for us to clean up crew lock bag?
Okay, sorry, Nick. We were talking about your camera there. You can actually try to reinstall it. It sounds like it's like a friction fit. If you can actually just like get it back on that location, but best effort there with that. Oh, sorry, correction. It is a threaded fitting. So best effort there if you can get it. If not, we'll probably just leave it. And then Sunny, for you, we can start putting the tools back in the crew lock bag.
It worked.
And those threads are small, so I'm just going to let it hang off its tether. It can still aim and point the camera.
Okay, Nick, and I'm being told if we can't get that piece back on, we just want you to actually stow it in the crew lock bag. And correction, that's going to be the entire camera.
Our camera. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And Sunny, while you're working the crew lock bag ops, when it makes sense, we'll take an inventory of that crew lock bag as well.
Okay, I see 3 thermal blankets. I see the small locking electrical connector tool. See the AMS simulator tool. Oh shoot, what are these things called? The dino cutters? That other thing.
The big Lancer.
The Lancer? Yeah, that's it. Lancer. The GoPro. Side. And that other side.
Great communications between the teams on the ground here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, up to NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to progress along their EVA today, US EVA number 91. in which they are approaching 4 hours and 39 minutes into this EVA. You heard spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner, NASA astronaut, relay up to the crew that they are about an hour ahead of schedule. So they have additional tasks that are available for the astronauts to perform, one being additional photography and work around the alpha magnetic spectrometer, which is the task they are currently working on at the moment, in which they were looking at patch panels and beta claws, removing ties, and essentially looking over the job site and taking inventory of what can be done for future upgrades of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. But the team also relayed information about taking additional photography of MMOD, or a micrometeoroid debris strike, that has no effect on the performance of the alpha magnetic spectrometer or any areas of the International Space Station, but they had noted that in the journey of the astronauts today, crossing paths over the International Space Station, it would like additional photography, and then also for them to both address the APFR, or the articulating portable foot restraint, that was addressed earlier today by NASA astronaut Sonny Williams, as they had a couple of pieces on that APFR, again the articulating portable foot restraint, that were stuck and unusable at the time before moving on to future tasks. So again, approaching 4 hours and just over 40 minutes now of today's EVA with NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, as they wrap up and start to add on or wrap up their tasks at the alpha magnetic spectrometer and move on to potentially additional tasks assigned by the teams here inside Mission Control.
Okay, so that's going to go inside the bag. Pretty stable, so.
And while you guys both are working bag ops, we still would like photos of that MMOD strike, Nick, that you saw earlier on AMS. And I know we're about to put your camera in that bag. So either choices are to pull the GoPro out and then carry that with you, or transfer Sonny's camera to yourself.
Copy, Jeff. The location of that MMOD strike is directly across from the handrail 3013. And I have taken photos of it for you already.
Okay, great. Problem solved. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to release this one now. That's the packing. Ooh, it's a packing issue now. Okay, GoPro to the other side. Let's put that red real quick. There we go. Okay, look toward me.
Any straws in there?
No joke. An extra handle now, too.
All right.
Buttoned up.
Let me grab that one up.
Let me unhook. You want me to unhook this one right here? It'll be on that large small?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And Nick, before we leave your work site, we want you to attempt to close that beta cloth and see if you can secure it with a short wire tie.
Yep.
Yep. Take one off my BRT.
And I'm taking this crew lock bag, is that right?
Yep, you've got the crew lock back.
Cleared on my cleared.
And Jess, you want me to use a short or a long?
Whichever one works, Nick. We have listed here a short, but if that doesn't work, you can use one of the longs.
Idea is just go around the cable bundle itself. Correct?
Yeah, A-firm. We're showing a short wire tie around the cable bundle.
I was thinking if I put a long here, then I could, after I do the twists around the cable bundle, then I could use those long arms of the wire ties to kind of go around it and hold it in place. And it might be beneficial when you come back to work on these connectors. You could use that long wire tie to hold back the beta cloth.
You want a hand to string it around, let me know.
Okay, we copy Nick about the long wire tie being able to maybe hold back the beta cloth, and you have a go to do that if you would like.
Work.
Twist around there.
Let's see what I can do there. I'll twist it up. Let's go fish this back through. If I hold this down like this.
So do you want to fish it through underneath?
Yeah, if we go underneath,
But I don't
try to pinch down.
think about that. Just going to do the same thing it just did, though.
Pull out. You hold on to this corner. Yeah, I can grab that end. If you grab the corner and pull it through the little...
That hole?
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll pull it tight.
Not that much holding that there, though.
Uh,
Can we do something over here?
And Nick and Sonny, that looks good to us. It's really best effort with the beta cloth.
okay. Holding it there. Show you guys what it looks like in the HECA.
Yeah, we see it in the HECA. That is all good. We're about 1 minute to handover, and if we can get glove and hap checks from both of you.
Okay.
Well, same. Take a dry.
That's dry. Gloves are no change.
Copy. Okay, gloves and hat for both of you. We're going to hold here for 30 seconds until after this handover for your egress.
Okay. Sonny, you're just going to watch me the same way?
Yep, exactly.
Talk me out.
Yep.
You are following along live with our coverage on NASA Plus of US EVA number 91, featuring NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams. And there you are seeing the teams here on the ground at Mission Control Center, Houston, and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, featuring Flight Director and EVA Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy in the middle of your screen there, talking with Spacewalk Communicator and NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner, who is relaying communications up to both Hague and Williams as they have started to wind down their procedures on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And that is a part of one of a handful of tasks that those two have completed so far today, so much so that they had reported earlier that they're nearly an hour ahead of schedule, but there are additional tasks that they can assign both Hague and Williams to participate in before the closure of today's EVA. Of those tasks, they have removed and replaced a rate gyro assembly, the number 2 unit. That was the priority task number 1 that they started with. They also removed and replaced a planar reflector used for communication for visiting vehicles that were in transit to the International Space Station for docking and relaying rate of closure communications. Also patches for the damaged NICER experiment, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer, and of course now working together and patching up their workspace of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, preparatory tasks for future EVAs to upgrade the AMS or Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer.
You're going to end up picking up the NICER caddy and putting it on your swing arm, and then Sonny is going to take the crew lock bag back on her BRT, and then you'll both pick up your green hooks, and then what we're looking for you to do is actually head out to the starboard CETA cart together. Sonny is going to lead, and then we'll work some APFR troubleshooting there before we head back to the airlock.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to pick up my BRT.
Yep, Nick, when you're ready, you can work with Sonny to egress the AMS worksite.
I think this is the worst part of your head getting in here is when you're way in trying to do the BRT.
Yeah.
Other than that, the rest of it is pretty clear. Right now, your accuracy is probably 6 inches from the top of that AMS area.
Yeah. It's a tight fit on that BRT around that handrail. Being able to get your fingers on the paddles, there's not a lot of access.
And you just heard their communication from Spacewalk Communicator Jessica Whitner relaying up the next steps for this EVA, USA EVA 91, as they complete their tasks at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And now they will together return to the airlock to drop off some tools and equipment before together making their way to the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint that had a couple components stuck earlier today at the beginning of the EVA, but did not play a role or a factor in the removal and replacement of the rate gyro assembly. So this will be a get-ahead task for the 2 crew members that are participating now, what is going to be 4 minutes and 54 seconds into the EVA, the 4th in the career of NASA astronaut Nick Hague and the 8th for Sonny Williams. They have just entered an orbital nighttime period as the International Space Station currently flying over Europe and the southern border of Poland.
I guess I'm going to start to move as well.
Yep, I'll meet you on base 1.
Okay, copy, Sonny, and we need to see you out of the truss, Nick. When you can and you're in a good spot, you can check your safer handles are down. And then, Sonny, Once you meet up with Nick on face 1, we want you to just do an inspection of tabs and BRT tab up.
Okay. Will do. Get up my green hook now. Green hook is connected to the red reel. I'm just looking at your tab.
You see it?
Right tabs up. Left tabs are up. Looking good.
Okay.
Saber handles are down.
Yep.
Green lights on.
All right. I'm gonna get configured here. I've got to get this transferred over onto my swing arm and pick up my green hook, but you're leading over that way.
Okay.
So if you want to start that way,
Okay.
I'll catch up to you.
And Nick, Sunny, we are tracking along and just want to make sure, Sunny, that you've picked up your green hook on 3208.
Sunny has her green hook and crew lock bag, and I'm just starting to translate ports.
Copy all.
You heard me. I said that his tabs are up.
Yeah, affirm. We heard tabs are up and safer handles are down.
Hey, I'm at the Cedar Spur.
Copy, Sunny. And we see you both go into the starboard CETA cart back where that troublesome APFR was. And for SA, we're going to leave that crew lock bag number 1 is still down there on face 6, Sunny, that you put there earlier. Nick will be grabbing that, but on the way back to the airlock after the APFR troubleshooting.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Caddy is on my swing arm. Not my green hook.
Copy, Nick.
Continuing to follow along the progression of US EVA number 91 as we view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut and designated EV1 spacewalker Nick Hague as he and NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, continuing to translate or move across the International Space Station from where they were previously at the work site of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, and making their way now towards the APFR, the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, as the two have accomplished a large majority of their tasks and even have gotten ahead of schedule. So this is an opportunity to review a piece of hardware that was stuck in a current configuration and was a little troublesome, but played no impact in its intended use was to be a part of the replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2. So with the extra time or get ahead time, an opportunity to go back and revisit that before future spacewalks. Coming up, in fact, we just passed the 5-hour mark of today's EVA for both Hague and Williams, racking up additional totals of their spacewalking career. For Sonny Williams, this is her 8th, came into today with 50 hours and 40 minutes of time. And for Nick Hague, in his 4th spacewalk today, 19 hours and 56 minutes of time. And again, now just elapsing the 5-hour and 1 minute mark of US EVA 91.
Yeah, you can ret to the APFR and try to actuate that collar back to the black on white position to see if you can get it to unlocked. But really, we want you guys both to work together on that and just try to keep the WIFX in a nice stable position while we're doing that, see if that helps at all. And then if neither of those things help, then we'll look to troubleshoot using an AET over the locking collar itself, and I have some steps for that.
Okay. I'm going to wait till Nick gets here. I'm ready to it.
On my way.
Yep. I'm up high.
Okay.
To keep our tethers, like, untangled.
Okay, I'm just passing your crew lock bag.
And Sonny, if we can have you power cycle your HECA again, so just off, wait 30 seconds, back on.
This is off.
Okay, I see your safety tether now. All right.
It's this one here.
Okay. Bring over there.
All right, for both of you, now that you're both out there, again, we're just going to try to use both hands to get that locking collar open to the full black on white position. And if we're successful at any point in these steps getting that APFR off, we're going to have one crew member hold the APFR. We're basically going to do a swap with the one that Sonny put into WIF 4. And so we'll work that real time.
Okay. We're trying to get it out of this whip extender.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want me to hold the whip extender or something?
Yeah, if you want to stabilize it.
The Two NASA astronauts have reached their next task for today's EVA, and that is the articulating portable foot restraint that they're looking to get unstuck, if you will, from what they experienced earlier in the EVA, but played no factor in their completing tasks. But with the available time, both Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, NASA astronauts, working in tandem to free up this portable foot restraint.
I've tethered to it, so it's fine.
Okay.
All right, we see it out. So,
Now we want to put...
yeah, one of you guys are going to hold that, and then the other one, we're going to look to pull the APFR out of with 4 and into the with X.
And right on cue, getting reports of a good release of that articulating portable foot restraint as Sonny Williams and Nick Hague continue to work together.
And Sonny, as you move that down,
that one.
the clocking's going to be 12.
And which one?
Why don't you put yours in first, Sonny? So the one that's going to go into the, not the width extender.
One that's not the width extender is 12. Is that right, Jeff?
Okay, so the one that's going into with 4, not the with X, is going to have a clocking of 3.
Oh, man, sorry, me.
3 zenith. Yep.
Ready to get it there?
Yep. Verify you're red. There you go. Right there's the red clocking. You can push in.
My red's pulling me this way. Oh, that's... No, that's a BRT. Okay. I'm bumping into you.
That's okay. I'm in your way. Move.
But... Doing APFRs. All right, get in there, you. Let me get a better handle on this thing.
Good grease pig.
Yep. Fingers. Right up there. Put out.
Get one in there. Good full twist.
Good pull, good twist. Yep. There.
Copy, good full twist test.
There.
And then, Sonny, if it's not already, if you can just verify that that's Papa Fox 6 in with 4.
I can see Papa.
I see 6. And Fox 6.
All right, complete. Thanks.
This one, what is the clocking here?
The clocking for the WIFX is going to be 12.
This one's 12. So 12, and it's Papa Fox 6 as well.
Affirm, Nick.
Okay. I'm towards you a little bit more.
Yep.
There we go.
Right there.
Okay. I'm going to twist and pull. Hit us in. Back on board. Okay.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right, Jess, what's up next?
We're right here. We could pop over the back and one of us could check out that APFR. Coming up with a plan. Hey, feeling? Yeah, I'm feeling good too.
And Nick, Sunny, nice work on those APFRs. Just give us
the finger that took the pictures.
Give us 1 minute to talk the game plan here.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, a little tired, but yep. I'm fine.
Yep.
Shooting all the night.
Yeah, we can't forget the brakes when we leave.
Right there?
Yeah.
Both sides?
We just have to tap this side as we're leaving.
That?
We have to tap this side.
You go first?
All right, Nick, Sunny, I got some big picture for you
Yeah,
when you're ready.
I'll lead us back. We are ready.
All right, Nick, you had it right. You're going to be leading back to the airlock. Big picture, we're going to head back to the airlock and stow the bags. Nick, you're going to pick up that crew lock bag 1 and stow that on your BRT, or you can tend it if you just want to tend it down the Cedar Spur, either way. And then we're going to clean up. We're going to put all the bags and tools back in the airlock secured. And then we'd like to hear your thoughts because we do still have some time available. We're about still, say, 45 minutes or so up on time. So thoughts on doing the ammonia line imagery task. And with regards to APFR, the Z1 would be the APFR that we'd look to go for.
That seems reasonable. Everything buttoned back into the airlock.
Yeah.
And then let's see how much time we've got left and go from there.
Okay.
Okay, yep, that sounds good to us. So
okay.
Let's get you guys moving.
Away.
And then real quick, can we get one more confirm? I don't know, think we heard black on black and pull twist with the pitch knob on that last APFR.
Confirm.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, black on black, good full twist test on the ATFR in the WIFX.
Copy, thanks for those words. And Sunny, if you can hit the starboard seat start brake pedals on your way as well.
I did, thank you. Did twice.
You heard good words there from Spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner relaying up to the crew of Nick Hague and Sonny Williams out on US EVA number 91 of additional tasks assigned to the two of them as they translate across the International Space Station, as they have gotten ahead of their time frame, still about 45 minutes or so ahead of their scheduled tasks, which included 4 key ones that they have since completed, as they are now 5 hours and 14 minutes into their scheduled EVA. So with that extra time on their schedule, able to stop by the airlock and stow bags and continued cleanup before wrapping up today's EVA, but they will also take some imagery of an ammonia line for additional engineering and research purposes. That will be coming up here shortly. And then another articulating portable foot restraint will be reviewed here shortly along those lines as well. So that is what the additional tasks have been relayed up to both Nick Hague and Sonny Williams towards the back end of this EVA and spacewalk today.
Let me grab this crew up there real quick. I've got a rat on the crew lock bag, and I'm just going to tend it as I go back.
Copy, Nick.
Tell me when you're down low.
Yep, understand. Wait till I get to the lock toolbox, and then I'll be out of your way.
Okay.
Okay, I'm at the airlock toolbox.
Okay, coming that way. And down to Petersburg.
Jeff, I'm at the airlock. Good to open the thermal cover.
Affirm, Nick.
Astronaut Nick Hague has arrived to the
Cover's open.
airlock, the crew lock, as a part of the Quest airlock, in which they will drop off. And you heard communications from the teams here at Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room to stow baggage and tools before moving on to some get-ahead tasks, which will include additional imagery or taking photos of an ammonia line, as well as potential APFR evaluations, that is an articulating portable foot restraint, before the close of today's EVA. Now 5 hours and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams. Everything has been going swimmingly, so much so that they have been moved ahead of schedule. They accomplished their 4 key tasks, which were to replace a rate gyro assembly, remove and replace a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, install patches for the damaged NICER experiment, which went swimmingly, as well as together working on the work site of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, releasing beta cloth and ties to access a patch panel to gain some preparatory information on testing and tools and that configuration for future upgrades. But as mentioned, working ahead of schedule and diligently as a team all the way throughout, and now looking at a couple of opportunities for get-ahead tasks before completing today's spacewalk.
My crew lock bag coming in detached.
Okay. Mr. Caddy is stowed, on my swing arm. You got the crew lock bag?
Can you do that one?
Yeah, I can take care of it. I'll get the book. releasing yours.
Yep.
Coming back toward you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all that stuff is down. Okay, I'm coming back out.
All right, and Nick, before you come back out, we just want to confirm in the airlock that we should see 2 PGTs, 2 crew lock bags, and the nicer caddy.
And a large ORU bag. Correct.
First, the large ORU bag. Thank you for correcting us.
It's just it's wonderfully in my way in here. Okay. So.
On the backside.
On the backside, I'm coming out.
As you come out, I will take a look at your paper handle.
Okay.
Left is down. BRT tabs, left side are up. Your handle on your right side is down. BRT tab on your right is up.
Okay. Standing.
Great visuals there of NASA astronaut Nick Hague stopping by the Quest airlock.
The theme of the day, we would ask that you turn your HECA back to the on. Thanks.
Okay. HECA is green light on.
Okay, copy. We will continue to troubleshoot. All right, so for both of you, we see we have about 20 to 25 minutes before we want to bring you guys back to the airlock. And with that, we're just going to take these tasks as far as we get in that amount of time. So what we see is Sunny with the camera is going to execute the Node 3 ammonia, or the Node 1 ammonia line imagery task, and we'll start translation first. And then Nick, we're going to have you follow Sunny to the Z1 APFR toolbox, and then actually stand by.
This way, right?
So,
up and over, out.
Up and over and down. Yep.
Can we start translating, Jeff?
Okay, we just wanted to confirm the tether config was correct. So we do see, Sunny, you translating first out to Node 1 to take the ammonia line imagery, and then Nick following, and then splitting off at Node 1 up to the Z1 APFR for an APFR eval.
Okay, copy. We're on our way.
Okay, so let me remind myself where I am. This one is there. Just come across here. Yep.
Great communication there between Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator here on the ground at Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, relaying the get-ahead tasks. And you heard that there was a little bit of time left on this EVA number 91 for NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague, and divvying up the tasks as they have stopped off at the Quest airlock and the crew lock to drop off various bags of equipment and tools, and then now translating or moving around the International Space Station, in which Sunny Williams will then take imagery of an ammonia line, and together while moving off, they will split off, you heard, and Nick Hague will...
For both your SA, we don't have good views right now, so you can continue to keep us apprised and let me know if you need any directions along the way.
And for astronaut Nick Hague, he will evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint that you saw them working on just before returning to drop off the tools of the airlock. And that is a visual of the airlock itself and the astronauts making their way around it before proceeding with these get-ahead tasks and additional tasks after completing the 4 key ones on today's checklist.
And Sunny, the first photo for you is actually going to still be on node 1. You're going to be head facing nadir on node 1 handrail 0107. And then I have a caution.
05.
I have a caution for you. There'll be no loads or translation into the fluid lines, MLI gap spanners holding the MLI in place, and Cygnus thrusters are a no-go for kick loads.
The cables here.
Jess, I'm at the E1 APFR for the eval.
Okay, copy, Nick. While I give Sunny some words, you can activate the pitch, roll, and yaw pedals just one direction and back to its original location and verify that those work.
Okay, and work.
Okay, I'm at 7107. Signator. See the cupola.
Copy, Sunny. If you've identified the MLI covering...
Coming up right in my face.
If you... Yep, we're waiting for...
Yep.
Yeah, there's sunrise. We want you to identify that MLI covering the aftmost connector bank on node 3, on the node 3 starboard in cone, and then you're going to photograph and scan the MLI from the aft side looking forward. And Sunny, for you, we're really just looking for a box pattern, like overlapping box pattern, so we can put all the pictures together later. And Nick, for you, I do have a warning. There's a potential MMOD strikes, or there are potential MMOD strikes in the vicinity of that APFR, so let us know if you see anything and be careful with your hand placement.
Okay, got it. So far, yaw and roll are functional. No issues.
Copy, I heard yaw and roll functional. Can you confirm you've done pitch already, or are you working on that now?
Oh, working on that now. Do you have final settings that you want me to leave this in, configuration-wise?
Yeah, Nick, we just want it to be back in the position that it was when you showed up. So if you move it out to check, just put it right back where it was.
Okay, Jess, you're just looking for orthogonal pictures, really, of this side coming over, correct? Anyway, the sun sort of moved a little bit.
Copy, Sunny. Can you repeat that last?
Okay, I'm just taking orthogonal pictures, like between, for example, the Cygnus pedals and these lines, correct? So you can see the distance between the two.
Yeah, A-firm. If you're capturing Cygnus and the connector bank on node 3 and the cables in between that, then you are hitting that area of interest.
Okay, very good. What's next?
Okay, Sunny, the next location is going to be translating over to node 3, handrail 0619, and that's going to be zenith from where you're at right now, and then across the two gap spanners, the two diagonal gap spanners to node 3, and then at that lower gap spanner you should find handrail 0619.
Jess, the pitch knob is functional, no issues. It works like it's brand new.
And great news, Nick. Can you just verify that it is the pitch knob is back out?
Springs right back out.
Hey, Jess, I'm at 0619.
Copy from 0619, Sunny. You're going to photograph that MLI again, and then it capturing the entire length of the MLI and the surrounding modules. Now, for both of you, we're 2 minutes to handover, and we might have some Radicom here for the next 5 minutes or so after that, but I'll ask you to repeat if I don't hear it. Nick, for you, we can do the active whiff eval now, so you can reposition for access to the active whiff and then tether to the APFR. And then we don't want to actually take the APFR out, but we just want to actuate the locking collar to make sure we can get it to the white on black position and that the paddles themselves can be depressed, but don't actually pull the APFR out.
Okay, I'll get in position.
Five hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk featuring NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, as the two of them have cruised through their tasks, no issues, everything working swimmingly, and now operating on some additional tasks that have been assigned by the team here on the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The space station currently entering an orbital daytime period after just flying over Sydney, Australia, and approaching the west coast of New Zealand.
It's one handrail nadir of that current handrail you're at, and we're 20 seconds to handover, and it's the same photograph series that we're wanting.
Now looking at a live view inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy in the middle of your screen, being joined on support by Flight Director Elias Mirmo. For McElroy and her Vista flight team, they have been walking through every step of today's EVA that got officially underway at 7:01 a.m. Central Time. Jessica Whitner immediately to McElroy's right-hand side, the spacewalk communicator, and Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, the JAXA astronaut for today's EVA as well. As we mentioned, about 5 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, in which Sonny Williams and Nick Hague have completed their assigned tasks for the day and are now getting ahead on tasks with the extra time available to them. For Sonny Williams, that was the most recent helmet cam view that you saw that had her holding a camera. She is taking imagery or photos of an ammonia line on on the Unity module of the International Space Station. And Nick Hague, you heard communications of him talking about yaw and pitch. He was evaluating and articulating portable foot restraint, an additional foot restraint after having done so on a couple of previous on this EVA as well. So again, the two astronauts ahead of schedule and able to accomplish additional tasks along their EVA procedures today.
And then the last thing for this eval is going to be tool stanchion collar eval. So you'll reposition for access to the tool stanchion collar, and then you'll pull that tool stanchion handle out and rotate the collar in both directions as the worksite allows, and then you'll just have to put the handle back to stow the stanchion back in its original place.
Okay, Jess, I moved to 108. I think the next one is one more up.
And Sunny, the next
617.
The next one is actually 0616, so it's a long handrail in between the two shorter ones, so it's directly nadir on node 3.
Okay.
And this position, Sunny, is the trickiest one. It's the closest you're going to get to the ammonia line. So just using good BRT like you have to hold that position, and then just looking for the square grid photo technique as you take these photos.
Jess, the tool stanchion collar actuates just fine, rotates freely. It's back in its original position.
Copy, Nick, on the tool stanchion. So that completes the APFR eval. We would like to just get one more double check if you can read out the settings on that APFR and just one visual look over to make sure we don't see any MMOD hits.
I've got a clocking of 3. Papa. Delta 1.
Copy, Nick. We're good with those settings. So that completes that APFR eval. Unless there's anything else, we can get you heading back to the airlock.
No, it looks in good condition, and I haven't noticed any MMOD strikes on it, so be good to use.
Copy all.
I think I'm complete here as well.
Copy, Sunny. With that, we're complete with our ammonia line imagery, so you can restow the camera and then start your translation back to the airlock as well. With the tethers, we see Nick leading back, but he should be in front of you.
Okay. me, sorry.
Oh, you're good. We're out of the snarl.
Continuing our live coverage of today's U.S. EVA number 91, as you heard from the ground and spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner, that the additional tasks assigned for NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sunny Williams have been completed. For Sunny, taking imagery or photos of an ammonia line, and for Nick Hague to evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint aboard the International Space Station. Approaching now 5 hours and 42 minutes of EVA time that got underway at 7:01 a.m. Central Time, 8:01 a.m. Eastern. The team has been working efficiently and cruising right through their assigned tasks. They had 4 major ones for today, including the replacing of a rate gyro assembly as the top task, removing and replacing a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, patching up a damaged portion of the NICER X-ray telescope to allow for that to be fully operational once again, and then assessing the worksite and potential for future upgrades to the alpha magnetic spectrometer. And as mentioned, the additional tasks they were able to squeeze in because of their efficiency throughout the day today were to take imagery of that ammonia line on the Unity module and evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint. Now you see the imagery right there of astronaut Nick Hague. He's the one with the red stripes on his uniform. You can see that illustrated on the legs of his spacesuit. This view from Sunny Williams is the two standing just outside the Quest airlock and looking to begin their journey back inside the orbiting laboratory. And there you can see the team that has been working with the two astronauts every step of the way today, led by Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy there in the middle of your screen, Flight Director Elias Mirmo, who will be directing the next U.S. spacewalk that'll be occurring a week from today, there for support. Jessica Whitner just down that middle row. She's acting as the spacewalk communicator, relaying all instructions up to the crew outside the International Space Station, and Aki Hoshide of JAXA as the COTCOM for everyone inside of the space station. And just behind in that back row, you see Farouk Sabor in the back row to the right, the spacewalk lead officer today that's been helping orchestrate a lot of these tasks and seeing what's available for get-ahead opportunities for the two astronauts.
Okay. I am in. Okay.
All right, Nick, Sunny, just had a quick handover there. We're back with you now.
Yep. Sunny has her waist tether down to the airlock D-ring extender, gate closed side lock, and got a good pass, so I'm going to release her anchor hook.
Copy all.
I'm in, Jeff.
And Nick, you do have a go to
Your
retrieve
tether
that
pack
anchor hook.
coming in.
My tether pack is coming in.
Yep.
I've got it.
Okay. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put my waist tether there. Okay, gate closed, black on black. With that, Jess, I'm going to release my safety tether back.
Yeah, copy, Nick. We heard black on black for EV2's anchor hook on your waist tether, so you have a go to pick up your hook.
I put my waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Both of ours are today.
Okay.
D-ring extender.
Copy, understand the config now. You still have a go.
Copy. Okay, my anchor hook is picked up. Swing around and come in feet first. You're clear of the bag.
I'm clear. waist is in.
And there's an excellent view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Sonny Williams as you're seeing them start to re-enter the Quest airlock and the crew lock portion of the International Space Station after completing a multitude of tasks outside of the orbiting laboratory. You can see at the feet of Williams, Nick Hague backing in to place. They were talking over their tethering configurations on how to make sure that they are properly attached and safely attached to the International Space Station.
There's up here. Hey.
All right, Jess. I've got the thermal cover rets attached to the D-ring. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines.
Copy, Nick. And can you just verify that the magnet is engaged?
The magnet is engaged, although it does not want to stay very well. Hang on a second. There's a flat cloth over it. Better. Okay. Magnet's engaged.
Okay, copy. Can I get both of you to turn off your HECAs?
Because it's coming off.
Pick us up.
All right. Both of you can remove your SCUs from their stowage pouch and then remove your DCM cover and connect your SCUs.
It's yours, by the way.
Nope.
Right there.
Man, coming from everywhere.
Yep. Trying to get the tethers out of there and give you your...
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Okay.
Fine.
That's yours?
Yeah, find it. Here's the...
And there you heard the communication from Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator, up to the crew as they have now begun the ingress process, or returning inside the International Space Station after a hard day's work out and about the orbiting laboratory in the vacuum of space, completing the 4 key tasks and an additional 2 tasks on today's spacewalk. Now approaching 5 hours and 49 minutes of EVA time as, again, the crew aboard the International Space Station, both Williams and Hague in their suits, but their support team of Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit will be awaiting for them. And there they are right there looking through the hatchway. They are in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock portion, and they are looking through the window at both Hague and Williams as they make their way back inside the International Space Station.
Just a couple.
And Sonny, we copy the couple
EV1,
of flights.
SCUs connected and locked.
Not much, just a couple.
Sounds good. We are not concerned down here, and you can continue.
Okay, Jess, we're both hooked up to SCUs.
Okay, copy, Nick. Thanks for clarifying that. At this time, you can go switch water off the forward position, and you can expect an H2O is off message.
And message received. Water's off.
Message received also. Water's off.
Copy. Last caution of the procedure. We're not going to close the hatch until the water has been off for 2 minutes, so I'll get back to you.
Okay. Good job.
Nicely done. Talk to me about that APFR afterwards.
I will.
Eat my lunch.
System shake violently.
There you go.
Some fun and friendly words exchanged between astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams as they return inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock and continuing with their ingress portion after a hard day's work on EVA 91 outside of the International Space Station. You are seeing the other portion of the Quest airlock, the equipment lock that NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, who is in the center of the screen, looking through the window of the hatchway and peering in to see what astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams are up to, alongside with Don Pettit. They are the IVs, or intervehicular support team, for today's spacewalk. They help the two prepare, get dressed in their spacesuits, along with their pre-breathe portion of their preparations before egressing out into the vacuum of space, and await for their crewmates to return here in the next little while.
All right, Nick, Sonny, that's 2 minutes. So, Nick, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of any hardware and tethers, and then verify the handle position per the hatch decal. And when that's done, you can close and lock the hatch.
Work.
Now just a little over 5 hours and 52 minutes into today's EVA is the crew of Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, the two astronauts EV1 and EV2, out and about of the International Space Station, completing a multitude of assembly, maintenance, and upgraded tasks, and are now back inside the crew lock and awaiting the next steps of the ingress portion of today's spacewalk, or their return inside of the orbiting laboratory. You're seeing a live look from inside the equipment lock, the other half of this airlock, the Quest airlock, in which their support teams on the other side of that hatchway. That is Barry Wilmore, NASA astronaut, looking in and keeping an eye on both Hague and Williams, and Don Pettit immediately off to his right-hand side.
Okay.
Hatches closed, Jeff.
Copy, hatches closed and locked. Sonny, on the UIA, we are going to check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves. 2 are open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 are open.
Copy, switch power EV1 and 2 valves to on.
Power EV1 coming on. LED is on. Power EV2 coming on. LED is on.
Copy, Sonny, can you check that EV1 and 2 volts read 18 to 19?
Yep, confirmed 18.6 on 1, 18.6 on 2.
Awesome. Both of you, please switch power now to SCU and EV. Expect warning tone.
I'll wait for you.
Okay. I'm in SCU.
Let me get that guy. Hold on. Wait. Bring it.
It's the toughest switch through I have to do. Hold your arm in half 3 times in order to make that throw.
SCU, 82 SCU. For me?
Yes, I heard you.
Okay.
Jess, we're both in SCU.
Okay, copy. Nick, Sunny. With that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here and hand you back to Butch. But before I do that, I just want to take a quick moment to congratulate both you and the entire team today on a safe and really highly successful EVA. Some of these tasks we accomplished today were really a long time in the making, so it really was the combined efforts of both the team on orbit and the many, many teams on the ground that made today a reality. So I just want to say thank you all for dedicating the time and the effort that you did. And congrats, Nick and Sunny, on the completion of your 4th and 8th EVAs, respectively. Job well done.
Thanks, Jess. You did an awesome job today. And, you know, those are great words. As you mentioned those teams, it flashes through my head seeing the faces and the smiles of all those people who support us at the MBL and the VR lab and Building 9 and the team that makes this happen is it's just really special to be a part of it and get to do this with them. We're about 2 months short of the 60th anniversary of the first spacewalk, and it's just really cool to be part of that legacy and do our little bit.
Hey, a couple words also, if you don't mind, Nick.
Fire away.
You know, it's a huge team, but also our families. Thank you to them. Mr. This budget sister, particularly on the 60th anniversary of spacewalking. Happy birthday to my husband, Mike.
Hey, happy birthday, Mike.
All right, Butch, I think we're back with you.
And Houston, just confirm you want me to pick up from here.
Yeah, affirm. Thanks, Nick and Sunny, for those great words. And Butch, you have the com.
Fantastic. Well, UHA and Gizzard also want to send happy birthday wishes to Mike. And with that, we're going to step into get you guys in here. So both of you, O2 actuator to press.
Copy.
Verify O2 pause press is displayed.
Good.
And you just heard from the crew aboard the International Space Station and NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they are returned to the crew lock with some joyous words of their day today, and truly a team effort from those up aboard the International Space Station and those teams here on the ground. Approaching 5 minutes and 59 seconds of today's EVA as the support teams aboard the orbiting laboratory. Butch Wilmore, you see to the left, Don Pettit to the right, just outside of the hatch, and just on the other side is where Hague and Williams await as they continue to begin their ingress procedures to return inside the orbiting laboratory.
And that's EV1 and EV2 both in press.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Pause press is displayed.
Yes.
All right, Nick, check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
It is closed, Butch.
Okay, we're going to start throttling the equalization valve, so let us know if we need to stop.
Will do.
The start time is 1900. Before expected alert time. You're currently at 1.5.
Okay. Copy, Butch.
You just heard the call for today's spacewalk that has officially come to a close at 1:01 p.m. Central Time, 2:01 p.m. Eastern Time, and that puts today's EVA at exactly 6 hours long for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams. We'll bring you updated stats in just a couple of moments, but again, that official end time and repressurization of the crew lock began at 1:01 p.m. Central Time at 2:01 p.m. Eastern.
All right, good timing. Thank you, Aki.
No, I never turned on my glove heaters.
Me neither. Look at a nice temperature all day long.
Yeah, pretty good.
Not too cold, just right.
Yeah, I never had to touch the TCD once we went out there.
Yeah, me neither.
Hey guys, let's check your glove heaters are off.
One's off.
Gloves for any contamination.
No contamination.
No contamination. That's nothing on my gloves.
4 seconds in our 2-minute wait. Houston, pressure appears to be holding stable. Do you agree?
Checking. Give us another minute or so. We'll get back to you.
Okay, sounds good. Standing by. Standing by another minute, guys.
Standing by.
Y'all are still feeling good, right?
Feeling good.
Feeling good.
Houston, while we're waiting, just confirm, before we actually continue to repress, we're going to go O2 actuator to IV and step in. Is that right?
Number. And, but you are correct, and we are good to continue at this point.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that brings us up to step 10. If both of y'all are feeling well, you go O2 actuator to IV. Let me know when you're there, and then we'll continue the repress.
DV2's an IV.
And one's an IV.
All righty, here we go. IV hatch equalization valve. We're going norm to continue the repress. Expected alert tone. Cheers, guys. PSI. 9 PSI.
Copy 9, feeling good.
And PSI. Thank you. 11 PSI. PSI.
I think it's lunchtime.
Lunchtime. Gotta have all the meals all at once.
Yep. Brunch, dinner, all in one.
13 PSI.
Copy 13, feeling good.
Same here.
It's breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's like a blender.
Yeah. Blender. Do we undo from the D-ring extender so they don't
I don't think we're gonna float away.
stuck like a...
TDT is 0. You'll expect an alert zone.
Okay.
Free.
Thank you.
14 PSI.
We continue our live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 91 as NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague have returned inside the crew lock after an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today that saw them accomplish a multitude of tasks. And as we update the numbers with that time frame, today the 273rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. As we hear Butch Wilmore and the internal team inside the International Space Station continuing to monitor the repressurization of the crew lock to bring both Hague and Williams back inside. Today's spacewalk for those two was the first out of station this year and the second spacewalk during Expedition 72. It is the fourth spacewalk of Nick Hague's career, and his new totals now are 25 hours and 56 minutes. The eighth spacewalk of Sonny Williams' career, totaling now 56 hours and 40 minutes. And as mentioned, today's spacewalk lasted exactly 6 hours on the button, starting right at 7:01 a.m. Central Time and ending at 1:01 p.m. Central Time. And with that, in total, today, as we mentioned, the 273rd spacewalk in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the total time of that approaching 1,729 hours, 13 minutes, or the equivalent of, at the bottom there, 72 days, 1 hour, and 13 minutes of spacewalking time for the International Space Station. And there you see the beautiful views of the hatch opening. Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore ready to welcome back inside the equipment lock Nick Hague and Sonny Williams with some happy hugs as they make their way back inside the orbiting laboratory. That is Commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, entering in first. And there you see the top of her helmet, and then just past that, you see the feet up above the top of that crew lock belonging to astronaut Nick Hague.
We're still seeing no pain.
Continuing to monitor the ingress of astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague as they have returned from outside the International Space Station for U.S. spacewalk number 91. Sonny Williams right there in the foreground, and Hague out in the background. You see his feet floating towards the top of the crew lock as they enter and get assistance from their internal support team of NASA astronauts Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore. Right now they're taking off the safer units on the backside of Williams's uniform. Those are the simplified aid for EVA rescue should they have needed them for additional safety assurance outside of the International Space Station. That provides them stability, thrust, and maneuverability should they become untethered. So as they adjust for Sonny, they will make sure that they have everything squared away before reattaching her to the equipment lock. And you are watching continued coverage here on NASA Plus as EVA 91 starting to wind down as NASA astronaut commander of Expedition 72 Sonny Williams has the first one to enter the equipment lock, and her colleagues, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore on the right side, Don Pettit on the near ground, assisting Williams back up on the rack and inside the equipment lock, and astronaut Nick Hague, who joined Williams for an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today, awaits his turn inside the crew lock just through that lidded framework. You can see his feet and those red stripes so faintly floating before he can make his return inside the International Space Station as well. And again, this was the 8th spacewalk for Williams, the 4th for Nick Hague, bringing up their overall totals for Hague 25 hours and 56 minutes out in the vacuum of space, and for Williams now 56 hours and 40 minutes in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We'll continue our coverage and keep things here right on NASA Plus as we watch the 2 astronauts return inside the space station and make sure that all systems are good with those 2. And of course, we'll recap today's events as teamwork on display for both Hague and Williams, the team inside the International Space Station and the teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, and many more on the ground supporting today's EVA that saw the accomplishment of 4 key tasks as well as 2 additional tasks thanks to the efficiency of all those involved during today's spacewalk. And there you saw the removal of the safer unit on the backside of the spacesuit of Nick Hague. Hague on the right with the red stripes towards the top of that backpack-like structure of his suit, and Sonny Williams just across the way of the equipment lock inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. Great to see those congratulatory handshakes and hugs for the two astronauts after completing a 6-hour spacewalk today, US EVA number 91, in which they were able to remove and replace a rate gyro assembly, the number 2 unit that helps measure the International Space Station's vehicle motion, and also the rotational rate, and provide that data for better calculate orientation of the orbiting laboratory. They would then go on to remove and replace a planar reflector that was on the zenith side of the Harmony International docking adapter. That would be the spacing side of that port, to help with the communications for visiting vehicles for their approach to and docking procedures connecting with the orbiting laboratory. And then the two would then move on to install patches for the damaged NICER X-ray telescope, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer. And then the two would move on to the alpha magnetic spectrometer setup to look out for future EVA opportunities, preparatory tasks to upgrade the alpha magnetic spectrometer, or AMS. And with that efficiency and the teamwork of those two and their guidance and teammates inside the International Space Station and those on the ground, they had extra time and were given additional tasks in which they were able to complete imagery of an ammonia line on the Unity module and pick up those photos for future use, as well as take a look and evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint unit also on the outside of the International Space Station. Now you are looking inside the equipment lock, the crew lock just past them, where both Nick Hague on the right side, Sonny Williams on the left, would re-enter the International Space Station and are now being assisted back onto the racks by their internal support team of astronauts, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit.
Houston, do you want pictures of the gloves while they're pressurized?
Stand by. Butch, we do not need pressurized glove photos, only for unpressurized, unless there's something specific.
Hang on. Gloves look good. Okay, then we're up to step 19. You ready?
We are go, step 19.
You're looking live inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we have a temporary handover of communications with the International Space Station between satellites as the U.S. EVA spacewalk and Flight Director Nicole McElroy keeping eye on NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams, who have completed a 6-hour spacewalk and have since returned inside of the International Space Station with assistance from Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit, who are assisting them in the removal of their gloves and helmets. And we will keep coverage here on NASA Plus until that removal and take a look ahead at what's to come and future U.S. spacewalks. The next one just a week from now. And there you can see the returned feed coming from the inside of the equipment lock as Sonny Williams on the left-hand side completing her 8th spacewalk today. Nick Hague on the right completing his 4th.
Airlock Houston, Don, if you can see it on your right, if you look below, downwards, there was a battery pack that was floating downwards. Good catch.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you can see from inside the Quest airlock, the helmets and gloves have been removed from NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague after completing a 6-hour spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 91, completing a multitude of tasks in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. That'll conclude our coverage for today's EVA, but taking a look ahead at what's to come for future EVAs, the next one, U.S. Spacewalk EVA 92, will be a week from now, Thursday, January 23rd, and starting at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, that'll be 5:45 a.m. Central Time. And again, that'll do it for our coverage today. Thank you so much for tuning in and staying with us for this 6-hour EVA, a successful one and a good day to go for a walk outside for NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague. And you can follow along with all the latest updates on nasa.gov. This is Mission Control Houston.